Morning, it's 9:01. I'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're in Treaty 1 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. I'll introduce the members of the panel. To my far left is Ms. Marla Billinghurst. My immediate left is Mr. Neil Harden. My name is Stu McPherson. I'll be chairing the hearing today. Representing the City of Winnipeg Assessment Taxation Department is Mr. Merrick Froelich. And the secretary for today's hearing is Ms. Karen Belshaw. We'll be hearing applications for the revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application. We'll limit discussion to those matters. Statements the applicants or the assessor make at this hearing are sworn testimony. Anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by council. It's independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I'll confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We'll then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they so wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today, and the session will close after all the applications have been heard. The board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the order by registered mail as soon as possible. Just as information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. I'll just ask anyone with a cell phone to put that on silent, please, and I'll have the party sworn in.
Please state your name.
Merrick Froelich.
Do you swear the evidence you'll present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
That is true.
Thank you. Do you want to wait this hearing, or-
Well, he may not be sworn in. If they need to swear him in, I can time.
Okay. Yes, swear in? Well, you all have to do it.
Yeah, it's all looking at.
Please state your name.
Sid Story.
Do you swear the evidence you'll present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Danny Nelson.
Do you affirm the evidence you'll present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name.
Michael Falk.
Do you affirm the evidence you'll present today is the truth? Sorry. Do you swear the evidence you'll present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, the first property we'll deal with then is 1301 Keniston Boulevard.
Could we do I was following the order of the hearing, so I prepared all my information for vacant land. I would prefer if we did that first.
That's
because
been withdrawn.
The vacant land has been withdrawn? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see that, guys. No one made mention to that to me. Okay. I'm sorry. I just assumed that we were going.
Not a problem.
I will
but,
actually need-
That one's been withdrawn, so we
Okay.
don't have to deal with that. We'll start with 1301 Keniston.
You know what, Stu, give me at least 5 minutes because it's a huge file. And I apologize to the board members. I wasn't anticipating that.
Sorry.
Sorry about that, it's just,
Okay, we'll hear from you, please, and if you would read the roll number in first.
Yeah,
And
for-
then proceed with the evidence, please.
okay, so roll number is 10-00634-1800. File number is 191459. The address for this property is 1301 Keniston Boulevard. Owners listed as Tuxedo Business Park. And we are seeking an increase on this property to $77,038 million.
What is the roll year and the reference date we're dealing
Oh,
with?
I apologize, it's 2020, April 1st, 2018.
Thank you.
Before I start off, I'd like to make some general comments. This is a very complex property, and I'd like to thank Daniel Mills for taking the time with regards to assisting my learning curve with regards to it. Because of the uniqueness of this property with regards to the special expenditures, and because of the nature of the property with regards to all the private infrastructure being taken care of by the Terracon Group, lots of things for me to learn. Like I said before, this property is not like any other property within the city of Winnipeg that I know of. It has special deductions for non-recoverables. And there are also special costs with regards to capitalized income for non-recoverable infrastructure and capital replacement income. This property was being built in early 2000. And I'd like to start. The subject property is located in between two regional centers, in between the season of Tuxedo Park, and with regards to the Linden Ridge Keniston Common Shopping Center. It's on a major thoroughfare on Keniston Boulevard, servicing the southwest quadrant of both retail and office economic activity. The traffic count for this parcel of land is, according to the numbers in 2015, is 60,000 cars daily. There's good access off the north side of the Keniston Boulevard and on the south side. There are 13 buildings as a part of this property. The effective ages for this property range from 2001, when the very first building was built, to 2018. The wall heights vary between 12 to 24 feet. Construction class is A, fireproof structural steel. The zoning is manufacturing mixed use. The plan area that we have for the land area for this property is 3,157,436. The plan area that we have is 493,876, and the total leasable area, including second floor space, is 542,269. If you look at page 2 on my document, this shows you where the building first initiated in 2001. One building on Keniston. Not a lot of economic development in the neighborhood. 2007 shows how changes have taken place to the northwest of the subject property, where they added 3 additional buildings. Usually the average building size of one of the buildings is about 45,000 square feet for the ground floor. In 2012, you could say further expansion had taken place. They had built a property to the southwest, actually 2 properties, to the southwest of Commerce Drive, and subsequently another couple more buildings on the cross. In 2018, our most recent picture and what we base our square footage on is also there was additional buildings taking place directly to the south of the original building in 2001. There's also on the other side of the original building in 2001, and you could see the difference in the pictures. So in 2007 on page 3, There was no economic activity on the north side of Commerce Boulevard. And now you can see, and you realize this when you drive by, there's now a Good Life Fitness, there's a Tim Hortons, and there's a Canadian Western Bank.
Sorry, if you go back to that, I have,
Yeah, for sure, Sid.
page 3, I've got 212 and 218 pictures that you're talking about.
Yes, the first one is on 212, and then the 2018 one shows the development of the business that had taken place just to the original building to the south of it on off Keniston.
This is E3. Thank you.
Page 4 shows the entire parcel of land with regards to all the economic units and the business activity that take place. Page 5 shows all the different business, buildings that they have. On building 1, 2, 3, they have them labeled 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. As you can tell by the finish of these properties, this is not your standard industrial warehouse facility. These are, even though they're defined as being flex warehouses, the majority of the spaces are predominantly office related and are similar to in quality of finish to OFS's. As you can see by all the tenants listed here, these are high quality tenants of national variety all across Canada. You have Manulife, you have Federated Insurance, you have SNC Lavalin, you have Genstar. The number of companies that are here are quite significant, of high profile. For the board's review, I had the opportunity to do an inspection of the property on last Friday, and I have additional pictures if the board would like to see them.
You have no objection to
I would
pictures?
like to see them if we may.
Yeah,
Certainly.
for sure, sir.
And these are pictures that came about because of our,
This is the inspection, and we had some additional pictures on file in the past that I've included as well. It's all about me understanding the nature of the property.
certainly looks like properties. Thank you. Are you going to be speaking to these at this point?
Well, yeah, because I'm going through the pictures of the properties, I think it makes sense for me to talk about it. So some of these pictures were from the inspection that had taken place on September 6th. Some of them are from the Terracon website, and some of them are pictures from previous assessors have taken of the space listed below. The first property that I went to is like People Corporation. This is probably one of the nicest properties that are located in the building, and it's reflective of the higher market rent that they receive. These are pictures that are on their website. Very nice, fine pictures. I got the opportunity to inspect the place, but at the wishes of the Terracon group, I strictly had asked that I would take no pictures of any staff members or any people. But as you can see by the pictures here, it's a good quality finish. But I would have liked to have had the opportunity to take additional pictures of it because it is a nice space. It's clearly one of the nicer spaces in the building. If we look at page 2 on the other side, a lot of these pictures are just from their warehouse. I actually don't know where these the buildings are on page 2. Like on the top of page 2. But that's from the Terracon website where they're looking at enlisting new potential tenants. On page 3, it's a 1391 COG. It's on Keniston. It's called the COG and Mayo floor. These are pictures done by the previous assessor. He had them labeled as main floor and second floor space. As you can see, these pictures, they are of decent quality and variety.
Mr. Chairman, this was just brought in today, but this, some of the information that Mr. Falk is sharing with us right now is incorrect. These are not necessarily properties that were inspected. And will we have a chance to cross-examine them on these?
Oh, certainly.
Okay. After he finishes his overall presentation. Okay.
Please.
And with that being said, if these pictures here that I've taken on the second page or the third page are on other parcel groups, I apologize for that, because this was on the Terracon main website. And like I had stated before, I brought my colleague here to ask any questions with regards to the business assessment work that he's done on this. And this is, these pictures here in question, that there may be some concerns. They could be of other aspects of the Terracon complexes. I'm in no position to dispute that. But I'm pretty confident if one of my colleagues has pictures dated in a Terracon folder that says 1391 Keniston, all pictures moving forward should be pretty, should be accurate in terms of the area. So continuing on page 4, and I apologize for not labeling them, that's just the first and second floor space of 1301 Keniston. Following is on the next page, and I'm referencing this page here. It has the floor plan of 126 Commerce. It's the Graham floor plan. We have listed here the second floor space. Good quality office finish. I am now referencing the SNC Lavalin space on this page here.
Which page are you on that one?
It's labeled, it's page 5, Sid. I don't have it labeled,
Okay.
but it says SCNC Lavalin on it. And we're all familiar with the issues with regards to SCNC Lavalin recently. This is second floor space. These are also pictures taken by the previous assessors on this file. Now I'm looking at the reconstruction here of the space here. These pictures here are from my inspection on September 6th. What we had done is with the Terracon business model, and I had the opportunity to see leases in place. What happens, they're taking one of the spaces that were listed here, and it's being decommissioned for a potentially new tenant. So this is just the work that's being done. On the mailer states 191, but there's conflicting information because I thought the tenant was different that we had listed here, but Mr. Mills and I discussed it, and he told me which was the correct property for the space. So those show some pictures here. I am now referencing the City Mix property. The City Mix property has, I would have to double check on the mailer, it has second floor space and main floor space. Second floor space is consisting mostly of offices, and it oversees the concrete plant with City Mix. So this way, the staff members with regard to logistics can see what's happening in the yard. And this is the front foyer when we entered into the City Mix space. That was on the second floor. There's also a very nice boardroom on the main floor of this space, but I wasn't allowed to take pictures of it, but that's where they had their meeting area. They also had the main floor lunch space, and you could tell obviously that the main floor lunch space is not to the same quality finish as the second floor space or the boardroom. Next space that we're looking at is in building 1. Space is called SLR space. It's 3,000 square feet, and it's the rent listed on the income and expense bailers at $14 a square foot. I was able to take a minor picture of that area. So it's actually the office space for the $14 is pretty basic. It's not a spectacular finish. And other parts of the SLR space is a storage area and the overhead doors that they use. What I've also included with regards to the bottom of the SLR space is just one of the advertisements that are shown in the Tuxedo Business Park with regards to, they have a bit of vacant space in building 13 right now at 3,000 square feet. And they have building 15 in the works with regards to potentially building that. And there's up to 60,000 square feet for that space. There's also the development on the Tuxedo Business Center. That's above here. What I've done here, and I actually have the full brief here on stating, so in 2005 there was a municipal board appeal with regards to leasable space on the second floor. The Terracon business model does not include, in most cases, collecting a rent for the second floor space. But in terms of equity, the assessment department wants to be fair and equitable to everyone. And so if there's second floor space that's leasable, we include it in our evaluation process, which is why there's a contradiction in the square footage. Property owner has been compliant with regards to completing income and expense mailers to their best ability. Due to their business model, they always ask for any extensions. And we received our income expense mailer right on July 31st, 2017, and so we appreciate that. There are some modifications that take place afterwards in terms of the capital costs and whatnot, and those changes have been reflected. So just for the board members to understand, we create estimates for the 2020 assessment because of the uniqueness of the property. Terracon does not have their entire non-recoverable expenses, their infrastructure expenses, and their capital cost expenses listed when we set out the 2020 roll. So what we do is, and this is where the communication aspect is so vital, is I've been provided updated information, and I've included it in my brief. So as we go through the income approach to value, you're going to see two approaches here. You're going to have the initial value that we sent out for the 2020 period, and then subsequently my revised value for that. For I'll go through my presentation and I'll show you the workups afterwards. The 2018 mailer from Terracon has 520,000 square feet. Ours is 542,269. And the difference in square footage is clearly attributed to the second floor space that we include that Terracon Group does not. There have been changes that have taken place. The original 2017 mailer shows 465,000 square feet, not including the space for Good Life, not including the space for Tim Hortons, not including the space for Canadian Western Bank. The 2018 mailer shows that, and I've included both of these in my brief here today. So as we go through the property, you see all the variety of leases that take place with regards to Building 1, Building 3, 7. Mailer is easy to read, pretty understandable. And at the bottom of page 8, this is the original expenses that we received for the 2017 income expense mailer. This has been modified and updated. But what happens here is that they show up their work up here with regards to their expenses, the gross area, the recoverable expenses and whatnot. And in the operational expenses, what they reported in 2017 is property management, $255,000, legal, $1,000, insurance, advertising, utilities for vacant space. A very good breakdown of all the information here. So in 2017, they had listed the non-recoverable expenses at $537,257. I'm just going to bring you forward here for 1 sec. If you could reference page 13 on your brief. Of my brief, please. On the bottom of page 13, this is the updated numbers that have been provided by Terracon with regards to the non-recoverable expense maintenance, the non-recoverable infrastructure, and that's strictly related to the fact that all the land, all the infrastructure, all the snow cleaning, all the sidewalks, all the beautiful flowers, that's all done and paid for by the Terracon Group. The City of Winnipeg does not contribute any value to that. So this is why we deduct the non-recoverable infrastructure for all the upkeep of all the roads. The last one here is the capital replacement cost. And so the number that they provided us is $1,196,240. So those are the three numbers that we've used, and those are the three numbers that I've deducted off of in different varieties. The non-recoverable maintenance, I've taken that off the net income. And the non-recoverable infrastructure and capital replacement has been deducted after we've capitalized the value. As you can see on the left-hand side, we have 4 components of this income stream here for the valuation of this property. We have the bank contributing 1.34%. We have the restaurant contributing 0.046, which is the Tim's. The bank was the Canadian Western Bank. The retail portion, which is the Good Life, is contributing 4.8% of the value. And the Flex Warehouse, which is the economic driver for this roll number, contributes 93.4%. So if you can see the deductions here, they show the breakdown of what I've deducted off of the income stream for all these properties. So with the Flex Warehouse, we've taken off $524,000 approximately for the non-recoverables. We've taken off $2.445 million for the non-recoverable infrastructure for them to maintain and to run their operations, and the capital replacement cost of $1.7 million. All this information was from a board decision that had taken place in 2000, and I've been consistent with the previous assessor who had dealt with this file. Vacancy information, the business leasable at the bottom of page 8, and that's where I'm going right now. So I'll give everyone a chance to take a look at that, then I'll get a sip of water. The actual vacancy at the end of 2007 that's been reported is 2.6%. Ironically enough, for the Flex Warehouse, our model generated warehouse space vacancy rate is 2.5%. Page 9. So what I've done, because it's post-reference, but because the post-reference had taken place in 2018 and with regards to the supplementary exam that had occurred, the leasable space that they have listed here is 520,877. The difference in the square footage is about 21,000 square feet or so, or about 22,000 square feet. And so I've gone through the numbers where the discrepancy lies. There's been no recent sales history for this property. And the following is just a variety of leases that have taken place that have occurred over the time. You know, so we have some leases at $11. We have this Dufresne lease at $6.60 on January 1st, 2017. To me, that seems like an outlier, not consistent with the other spaces. But in fairness, during my inspection of that property, it's not a $6.60 rent, but it's probably a $10 rent. It's nowhere near the quality finish of the People Corp or anything like that. They have a beautiful foyer, but it's similar to when Palliser Furniture. I used to work at Palliser Furniture in the 1990s, and they had their business plan for all their contacts with all their cubicles and all their sales reps were like an open space system, and that's what they have for the majority of space at Dufresne for the 15,000 square feet. We have a London Life space at $13.75 reported, Graham Construction at $13.95. We got the Conduent at $9.95, signed in November 1st, 2012. And a variety of other ones here that have taken place. The SNC Lavalin space that we have listed it's listed as 12,000 square feet at $14.85, but their leasable area is higher than that. And we got some other properties listed here as well with regards to Deluxe Paints, Federated Insurance, Farm Credit Canada. I'm now referencing page 11 of my brief. This is the first income stream, that is the Flex Warehouse, where the office space is greater than 20%. So this is the model generated rates. So the first vision that we have here is the roll number 290838. This is the People Corporation, where I think the leasable area that we have on the mailer is 30,000 square feet. Let me double check the mailer. I do believe, and there's additional 10,920 square feet there. SC Lavalin space, our total leasable area is 14,700, and we have additional 2,200 square feet of second floor space. Grant Thornton, we have additional 1,199 square feet of additional space. The lease is for 12,000. We have the City Mix space. It's listed as 6,000 square feet. And we have the Graham Construction, which is 10,043 square feet. And what's interesting is I was going through the notes, In 2011, there was a permit taken out for this property where it was a second floor space that was added on to it. So the original space is like 9,000 square feet and it's on the mailer. And then I believe it's on the mailer. I would have to double check on that, but I'm pretty confident. But in the same regards, the additional space is 10,043. And at the time that we did the initial square footage for this, it was 507,962 square feet for the flex warehouse portion. What we have here, and what's interesting to note, is the workup that we have on page 12 is the original workup that went out. I have it here for information purposes, but it doesn't really show, because what happens here is if you look at the capitalized value for this property, we have it at $92 million. And then we factor in the additional land at the time. And then we come up with an estimated value of approximately $65,183,000. This doesn't factor in all the deductions that take place, that occur at the time. So now I'm going to go thoroughly my workup on page 13. And that will be the case for all 4 property income streams that we have for this property. So the potential income stream that we have is 507,862 square feet with a model rent of $12.08. We have a vacancy of 2.5%, which is slightly below the actuals for the subject property, with effective market income of $5,981,599. Expenses. We have our shortfall rate of $3.75 a square foot. And because of the uniqueness of the property, we give a deduction of the non-recoverable maintenance. We have $524,114, which is similar to what I have on the bottom of page 13. Okay? If we reference page 8 of the document, it lists all their expenses: property management, advertising, utilities for vacant space, security, waste removal. Their total non-recoverable maintenances was reported as $537,267. Based on the updated information, we've changed that to $524,114. So it's actually slightly less than what's been reported by the Terracon group that's been provided to us. What's interesting, there's property management here taken out of the $255,247. So when people ask us, where is our 5% management fees? We're actually giving them money back for that in this situation here. That's not the case with all the properties, because usually it's factored in other areas. But clearly, we're taking the value out for the property management in the non-recoverable maintenances. So we also have, we have $524,114 for non-recoverable maintenance. We have other 2% to come up with the total expenses of $691,358. Net operating income is $5,290,000 approximately. Our capitalization rate that we use is 7.3%. Our model generated cap rate is 6.3% for this property. And if you reference page 29 of my brief.
Sorry, what page?
Page 29. This is the cap rate study that we have, that we use from other players. So when we look at this, so it's hard to sort of quantify, because this property is not your standardized industrial property, but it's also, they do have industrial aspects of it. So what we have here is that this would be a multi-tenanted building, and it would be of A quality in my range, but the cap rates that we have here range from the city of Winnipeg's perspective from 5.5 to 9.8 industrial to, to 6.34 to 6.5. So we've added a point beyond that to deal with all the risk associated with the other properties here. Also, if you're considering this to be an office property of OS and of a higher OFS quality, the rents that we have here is at the low rent of 5.55. It would have higher risk because it's a bigger building. But in the same regards, the quality of finish is superior to or comparable to a lot of brand new properties that are in the marketplace. This isn't an office building built in the 1980s. This building was built in 2000. So by us using a 7.3 cap rate here, we're being mindful of the risks that are associated with all the special considerations that are done with this property. So what we've done here is we've come up with a value of $72,469,000. The excess land, it had changed slightly. This is information provided by Terracon. We're using 10.65 acres of excess land for this property that Terracon will be using for future development. And what we will do here is if we reference page 4 of my brief, if you look at the very southern portion of the property, you can see the footprint of the office buildings that are taking place, that the next development will take place. So approximately 5 acres are here. They'll be taken away when this development comes to fruition. And then subsequently, to the north of the property, north of the Western Bank, there's a lot of vacant land potential here for excess land. So those 10.65 acres consist of those two spaces. For this valuation, what we've done is because it's a part of one economic unit, because it's a part of the Terracon complex, we haven't valued it the same way that we value other parcels of land, similar to the property that I thought we were discussing today that was north of here. And so subsequently, we believe that the rent that we're using here of $265 is being very generous, considering other rents that are in the neighborhood. Continuing on with my income approach on page 13, the non-recoverable infrastructure is $2.45 million, and the capital replacement cost is $1.1 million. And our effective net income for this property, for this aspect of the building, is $71,721,000. The bank. As you can see here on page 14, we have a 7,000 square foot bank. We have it listed as $23.25 a square foot. And we'll look at page 14 because this is the modified version of it. So I haven't changed the rent for this property. I have lots of experience dealing with banks when I worked with commercial office properties and in the retail section. What has happened here is we haven't asked for an increase in this. I haven't changed anything on this. But as you'll see in my comparables, that the actual dollar amount that they're getting for a rent on this property is significantly higher than $23.25. I do believe it's $32.50. I haven't asked for anything higher on this because this is the value that was generated, but I'm just being mindful when the board looks at all aspects of the arguments taking place today. I wasn't aggressive and I've maintained this. This was an internal error in the system, and moving forward it will be more indicative of current market conditions. Banks receive a 2% vacancy. We have effective net income of $159,495. Shortfall for this is $8. Our non-recoverable maintenance that we reported is $7,519, which is consistent what I've done on page 13, if you want to reference that. You don't have to, but I have it there. We have total expenses of $11,829, and we have a net operating income of $147,666. This is a brand new bank. Our model generated, or a newer bank that was built in the 2000s. I think 2009 it came to the roll. The cap rate that we're using for this property is 7.55%. And we have
Are you on page 14?
page 15.
Oh, 15, okay.
Because what happens is always there's two.
13.
Yeah, sorry, guys. I referenced 13 because that's where the expenses are.
Oh,
And for all the properties here, there'll always be two income streams. The first one will be what we sent out initially in 2020 to create the roll. And the second one will be my modified, updated version based on the conversations that I've had with Daniel Mills with regards to their expenses that they have for Terracon. So the income-based portion is $1,955,842. Taking money off for the non-recoverable infrastructure and capital placement is $16,000. We come up with a market value of $1,905,000 rounded up. Restaurant portion. This is for the Tim Hortons portion of the building. Our model generated rent is $25.41, which is very close to the actuals. I do believe it's a land lease, but I'm not too sure that I've seen conflicting information on that. We have the potential net income of $61,162. Vacancy is 3%, effective income is $59,327. $8, I'm referencing page 17. Sorry, just to let you know on that. $8 shortfall, 2% for other. We have the net operating income of $54,982. We use the cap rate of 7.35%, which is 1% higher than what we normally use. We have the non-recoverable infrastructure and capital replacement cost to come up with a value of $730,000. The retail portion of this. This is the Good Life. So page 18 shows the initial value that we had sent out. Page 19 shows the revised workup schedule. For this one here, we have 25,000 square feet of space for Good Life. It is 2 floors. It is a second floor and first floor. Our model generated rent is $12.48. But if you see the 2018 income and expense mailer, the lease had changed March 1st of 2018, 1 month before the reference date. The current lease for this space is $16.50. This is a model generated of $12.48. I'm not chasing the $16.50 here, but I just want to show that we have model generate, so we're being consistent in our approach. We have vacancy less of 6%, effective market income of $293,280, shortfall of $6.50 a square foot, and because this is 4.6% of the actual contributes to the economic building value, to show the non-recoverable expenses of $26,935, which match my retail portion of non-recoverable expenses of $26,935. We come up with the net operating income of $250,729. The retail portion has the highest cap rate out of all of them. With a 1% increase, it's at 8.75%. However, it only contributes 4.6 of the actual overall income value to this property, this 8.75%. Income is $2,865,000, showing the non-recoverable infrastructure and capital replacement costs of $126,000 and $57,000. We come with a $2,681,000. I will go through my comparables, and then what I will do is, because I have it here, I've actually shown a summary of my income workups on here. I didn't have the time to do it for the schedule, but I'll be showing it to you at a later time. Bank comparables. What we have here is what I've done with our bank. Our bank was built in 2009. It's in a highly desirable area, the southwest quadrant. It actually has the highest average family income within the city of Winnipeg. And we have market rents of $41 on Kenniston Boulevard, on 30 Center Street at $45, Sage Creek $37, and on Pembina Highway $32. These banks are all built in 2000, in 2000 and newer, and they're all in the southern quadrant of the city of Winnipeg. Flex warehouse component, we got a variety of rents here on Lorimer, on Scurfield. The ranges that we have on page 20 range from $11.95 to $16. A lot of these spaces are newer in variety, so I'm not taking rents from 1970 or 1980s from older buildings here. So that was my focus on the Flex Warehouse. And Flex Warehouse have percentage of finishes of greater than 20% finished space. The restaurant comparables just shows a range of properties that were built recently as well. On Scurfield, on the Sterling Line, on Kenniston and Sage Creek, all newer buildings, all similar square footages. The range of rents here that we have here are from $26 to $30. And the retail composition comparables. What I've done here is I've shown one of the comparable properties that we have, that's a subject property. 5-year lease, 25,000 square feet, built in 2007. We have the rent space of $16.50. I do believe our model rates are on $12.38 or so. And I got some other comparables of retail, of one of them similar size, one of them is much smaller, 32,180 and 3,400. On page 22, when we look at the land sales comparables, what I've done is that, and I'll just read off the top here. Due to the uniqueness of the Terracon business model, the assessment per department values the excess land for this at $265,000 an acre, which works out to be $6 a square foot. This is significantly below market conditions. This, due to how the fact that Terracon spends money every year towards capital replacement and adjustment to land seems appropriate for this. The rent uses a fair reflection of the extra cost consideration that are required for this property. In 2018-19, the land value that we had for the excess land was 16.42 acres. We had initially used 12.5 acres for the 2018-2019 supplemental appeal, but after Daniel had sent me an email, the position from Terracon seemed reasonable to reduce the square footage to 10.65 acres, and that's consistent with the position that I presented forward today. Page 23. What I've done is I provided commercial land sales comparables and industrial land sales comparables. All of my comparables are located in the southwest quadrant of the city of Winnipeg, one of the premium areas to be in, with new housing and significant amount of new commercial activities there. Seasons of tuxedos have been built, new car dealerships have been built in recent years. So what I've done here is I've shown some commercial land sale comparables to show why our position of $6.58 is significantly discounted. And these comparables are comparable. So if this vacant land ever went on the marketplace for whatever reason, what would a reasonable seller want to sell it for? What would a reasonable buyer want to purchase it for? And bear in mind here, I'm stating more so, this is unique because of the Terracon business model. What I have here for comparable one, located on Kenniston Avenue. Here's a picture of it. It's actually a part of the just north of Scurfield and Kenniston. It sold in May of 2013. We have the sales price there of $13.77 at the time, and our time adjusted factors bringing it to April 1st, 2018 would bring it to closer to $20. What I've done here for comparables 2 and 3 is 580 and 590 Sterling Parkway. One of them is a Cabela's, other one's multifamily. I got sales here that sold at the time for $16.30 and $14.92. The time adjusted sale price would be mid-20s to low 20s for these properties. These properties are inferior to the subject property. They're on Sterling Line at the edge of the development. They don't have the same traffic counts as the high visibility ones that we have on Kenniston Boulevard that we've used here. Page 4 is similar to the subject property. It's 135,000 square feet, and the selling price was $22.72. So it's just adjacent to the Seasons of Tuxedo. It's actually it's been changed right now, but this is what had occurred at the sale. It's a part of one economic unit right now, but this space here was the Audi car dealership, and it sold for $28.72. And this is not very far away. It's, I think, if I remember correctly, it's probably 1.5 kilometers away from the subject property. Comparable 5 is just almost right across the street from the subject property. This is where the Mercedes-Benz dealership was built, 142,164 square feet. The time adjusted sale price was $13.80. It's inferior to the subject property because if you look at there's two reasons why it's inferior. There's no direct access off Kenniston Boulevard, and subsequently to gain access to the property, there's an easement that allows people to drive through here. And if you look at the most southern edge of the property, it's a very narrow strip. And the bottom of page 25 shows how it's rightly directly across the street from 1301 Kenniston. Industrial land sales comparables. So what I've done is because it's a mixed manufacturing usage, it could be either certain types of industrial or office properties. As we look at the business model, the likelihood of this being used, this parcel of land being used for highest and best use as a new industrial plant is very unlikely. But there are other economic developments here, which is why the Terracon Group is advertising for it. So what I have here for industrial land sales is I got 2 properties on Waverly, a property on Fultz, and a property on Kenniston. So my first comparable is 207,000 square feet at $11.79. It's inferior to the subject property in terms of the uniqueness of the shape. Comparable number 2 is also 1450 Waverly, and it's 279,000 square feet. Unfortunately, I did not highlight it as well as I could. So I do believe that it is because, it's directly south of here. That's where I have it highlighted. It's on the bottom where the red dot is on page 27. The comparable number 3 is 77,953 square feet. It was for $15.87. The time adjusted is in the mid-teens to the subject property. It's inferior in terms of location. And comparable number 4 is a product of Bridgewater, and it sold for $10.34 a square foot. It's not in as good a location as the subject property, and the time adjustment's in the mid-teens. So what we've done with our land value valuation, I believe, and it would have been stated in the previous property, around $15 seems like a very reasonable amount. And we've cut that by a third to be mindful of the fact of $6 a square foot, to be mindful of all the other considerations that take place with the Terracon valuation. What I have here I do have 5 copies of my updated breakdowns here.
Is that just a summary of?
That's just a summary of this, because I don't actually have it on here per se.
It's just a summary, Carol, we're fine with that.
I've asked for an increase of $77 million, so I want to show the breakdown of it. And it also supplements what it was in 2000 on page 28. So we had the original value of $70,556,000. I'm asking for an increase of $77,038,000. And what this shows you, this shows the breakdown of all the net incomes, the cap rates that we used, how we added value for land, and how we took off for the non-recoverable infrastructure. So if you're looking at page 13 again. So the excess land was at 10.65 acres at the 265, which comes up to 2,825,000. The non-recoverable infrastructure is 2,629,000, which matches what I have on the bottom of page 13. We have a capital replacement of 1,196,000, which also matches the value of what we have on page 13. What I have also included here, and I have some copies here for additional information, the applicant uses tenant inducements to reduce the net effective rent of the property and does not consider the mezzanine, the second floor space, to be rentable space in their income approach to value. The assessment department disagrees with that position. For mezzanine space, there have been orders number A-06118, A-02-223, and A-06195, and the orders below support our position with regards to tenant improvements. And there's also a hearing that I actually have a full copy that had taken place on July 21st, 2005, with regards to tenants inducements, and I could read for it verbatim. Page 29 and 30 shows the cap rate studies, the chart of the cap rate studies that we use. I've spoken enough, so I won't go any further. And that concludes my formal presentation, and I am open to questions.
Thank you. Mr. Story, questions for the assessor?
Just, if I may, Mr. Chair, a couple moments just to review
Certainly.
my clients that we're talking about. Just take a couple minute break. Mr. Chair,
Yes, we
we
can
break for a couple minutes.
take a 5-minute break, but no longer than that, please. call the meeting back to order. We're at the point where we just had the assessor's evidence. Mr. Story, do you have some questions for the assessor?
Yes, just a couple, we'll go quickly. Mr. Frolick, you spent a lot of time on mezzanines in the last week when we were doing our inspections and whatnot. You're aware, you've heard of the board, that mezzanine space is not charged by the landlord to the tenant as rent?
I am aware of that.
Okay.
And
you're
our
aware
decision, and evaluation of this property is to be consistent with previous orders that were taking place at the municipal board that state that these spaces are rentable and they are usable.
Are those the board decisions that you referenced in the materials?
Well, there's a Terracon property that had taken place on 101 Elan Boulevard, 1351 Dougal Road, and 1 Terracon Place.
Where are you reading from?
This is from the municipal board order. I referenced it in my brief, but I actually have the copy of it right here.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen it, so I can't.
Yep, I know, but
Speak to it unless
I'm
you're submitting
under
it.
oath, and I'm reading verbatim on here.
Well, you did reference in your materials 3 leases that had municipal orders that go back some time. Do you recall them, the 3 car dealerships?
Yes.
And they're on page 28 of your brief, A06118,
Yep.
A02223, and A06195.
Yep.
Mr. Frolick, you didn't read those decisions, I take it?
I have read them, and there is a variety. I don't remember them verbatim. But what does happen here is that I did not reference it here, but the order here that had taken place here is a perfect reflection
On
of.
page 28 of your brief, Mr. Frolick,
Yep.
you say the assessment department disagrees that for mezzanine space order numbers, and give the 3 orders,
Yep.
support, and the orders below support our position on the inducements.
Yep.
So you're saying that these 3 orders support your position, is that correct?
This is our evaluation process with regards to these properties.
And you don't recall what those 3 board orders were all about?
Well, one of them was with regards to mezzanine space, which was like storage racking system. And that was with regards to the one on Waverly. And because in that decision here on Waverly, there was 2 components of it, I do believe. So they did not value the racking system per se, but they actually valued the leasable space that was actually office space.
Do you recall who the participants in that matter were?
Well, I don't recall verbatim, but I'm pretty sure, you may have been a part of it, I can't recall.
It was myself.
Yep.
And it's McNaught Motors.
Yep.
And McNaught Motors had a racking system. It was for tires that had a platform midway so you could rest to carry a tire. And the board never accepted that as mezzanine space.
Yes.
But most important, if you read it again, or if you ever read it,
I
it
have read
does
it.
reference the fact that it's a blended payment, that there's 2 different rates, the main floor and the mezzanine. And the other thing I should caution you about that particular decision, those buildings were built to suit. They were built with mezzanines to look over the showrooms and onto the car dealerships. If you think of any of the Waverly Chrysler, Dan Murray, McNaught, they all have, and all of the Delaries. And so those mezzanines do have value. And they're built for that because it's part of the value in use. Those are not reflective and don't in any way support your position that space that's built by the tenant does not generate revenue for the owner and has to be removed on their leaving. None of that is supported by those orders. Let's move on.
Okay, could I, was that a statement or is that a question?
That was a question. Go ahead.
So my answer is any of the second floor space that I've spoken about, a racking system that I've shown here. So there's
Are you asking
there's
questions now?
no, I'm
You're
not,
answering
no,
questions.
okay. The question is, our position is The
I'm
21,000
not sure.
square.
What is your question?
Well, the question is, that Mr. Frolic is referencing 3 board orders. Number one, he obviously never read because he don't support his position. And secondly, I did the hearings, and the hearings were whether or not racking could be considered mezzanine space. If there's no, so his point on 28, that A06118, A02, and I have them with me if you want them in red
Yeah,
copies.
that might help us, because when I look at these, I see Oakham, McMarsh, McPhillips, and Portage being the
Okay,
Kensington building.
that's
So
for-
I don't see
That's for something
anything.
else, Mr.
Those are for tenant
That's
inducements.
for tenant inducements. I was involved with, on 275 Portage, that's Mr. Chilakis. And on that particular one, the issue in that municipal board order, and I assisted Mr. Nugent on that, was that Mr. Chilakis was writing off against management fees, restaurant bills. Bore nothing, there's no relationship to what Mr. Frolic
Okay, so
was
these
doing.
3
The 3 are
order
above
numbers
that,
that he's
Mr. Chair.
referring to,
Yeah,
he didn't provide us with a
06118.
synopsis or any of that sort?
I'm not disputing the fact that there was racking system with regards to some of that decision. But what I'm also stating here is that I have order number, and if the panel members could write this down, I'd appreciate it. It's A-05183 on page 9 of the municipal board order. And almost 2/3 of the way down. And this is their summation. Based on the evidence presented by the parties, the board makes the following observations. This is regarding July 21st, 2005, Terracon Developments and Coghlan Investments Limited, and it deals with 3 roll numbers, address 101 Elan, 1351 Dougal Road, and 1 Terracon Place, which we'll be hearing in 2 weeks. Based on the evidence presented by the parties, the board makes the following observations. The mezzanine areas in question is finished space and used as offices, lunch, and washroom facilities. There is no material difference between the space that is subject to payment of rent under a lease and where there's no rent payable. All leases in place include the Assessor's Brief, Volume 2, Exhibit 5, straddle the reference here. Many are long-term leases, some with 10-year term. Tenants have renewed their leases or are original tenants, none have left. All leases contain the standard paragraph pursuant to which the alterations, additions, improvements become absolute property of the landlord and upon consideration and remain upon termination of lease as a part of the revision. And Mr. Falk showed me an example of that last week when we did the inspection of that property. One of the areas were decommissioned, but it's the assessment departments, that's not the norm, and it's falling with that board order.
Do you have copies of that for all of us?
You know what, I can make copies for you, but it's a public document, but I could show you here.
You're aware of that order, Mr. Story?
No, I'm not.
Is Mr. Falk or Mr. Mills aware of this order?
I'm aware of it.
Okay.
But you also didn't read the entire paragraph of the demolition and removal. We showed those to you in our leases.
Yeah, and
what did the last paragraph say? The option of the landlord, the tenant is required to remove
Yeah.
those.
I understand that,
improvements.
I understand that, which is
Okay,
why I'm
let's
speaking.
not get
Okay.
into a
No
discussion of
problem.
that order.
Okay.
Are we getting copies of that order, is that,
Yeah.
are you relying on that information?
Well, it's a municipal board order, and we tend to get direction from municipal board orders.
And this,
Well-
Mr. Chair, realize this is 4% of the property, it's almost immaterial. But Mr. Frolic seems fixated on it.
Well, I'm not fixated. You asked a question about it. I answered your question. If it wasn't important, you would have asked the question.
Well, I'm actually amazed how much time you're prepared to spend looking at investigating mezzanine space.
So, Mr. Story, you're saying, what, that there is usable second-story space
Yes,
in
but
the property?
It's usable for the tenant, it's value and use to the tenant.
Right.
The landlord gets nothing for it. The landlord wants the space back. But Mr. Merrick has mentioned it 4 times this morning, but hasn't said what really happened is we went and visited the site on Friday, where they had just removed the mezzanine as required by the lease.
Okay, and I'm sure
So-
we'll hear that
Yeah.
later when you make your presentation. So your question to Mr. Froelich was,
But his answer was he brought in another order. I said he realized, first of all, I asked him if he read the three references
Right.
that he has,
right,
and that they're not pertinent, so I want to say that. I'm not asking you produce, or he produce the board order. I think that we have information in our rebuttal that explains the difficulty in valuing mezzanines, not just in this jurisdiction, but in others.
okay,
So
thank
we'll
you.
get to that, so let's not waste time
Okay.
on mezzanines. Let's carry on if we can.
Please carry on.
Mr. Frolick, you indicated on 2 occasions so far today, the lease rates are model-driven, is that correct?
That is correct.
On 2 occasions today, you've also indicated that there's no property like the subject. So where would you get the detail, how do you make that ration, how do you make the change between, there's nothing like it, but it's model, meaning, model means that it's generated in mass appraisal by bringing in like properties. So the city agreed in the 2018-19 that the market rent, model driven, was $9.04 a square foot. When you first gave out your pre-receiving the financial statements on Terracon for this year, it was, that 9 had jumped to $11 a square foot. When you finally got your financial statements initiative, that had jumped to $12.08. So my question is, do you have any evidence for this board or these property owners that supports where you got $12.08 in model rent? Or what could possibly have generated that?
Well, the answer to that question is two. For 2018, the reference year was April 1st, 2016. So there's 2 years of economic activity, changes that have taken place where market rents have gone up. With regards to the second question, with regards to how we generate this value, well, if you look at the subject property leases that we have placed on page 9 and 10, you see a variety of rents from $6.60
Okay?
all the way to $19.35. So all the information that we get from Terracon and from other businesses generate the market value for this property. And looking at the quality of finish of this, and I'm looking at the majority of the rents for this, they're in excess of $12 a square foot.
So that would mean, Mr. Frolick, that that you've just done the Terracon leases, is what you're saying?
No, I have comparables that I've shown that are in the southwest quadrant that are on page for Flex Warehouse,
Deerfield and Lorimer?
on Lorimer, on
We'll
Scurfield.
get to that, but let's stay with Terracon if we can for just a moment.
Yes.
You referenced page 9,
Yep.
and I see my associate here, Mr. Mills, was previously writing down corrections to your document, so he's gonna take over to ask some questions on your page 9.
I'm just curious as to where these numbers came from. You say they're subject lease property, leases for the subject property.
Yeah.
Are these contract rents, are they taken from our income and expense statement
They're taken from your income and expense mailer.
for 2018?
They are, well, let's take a look here.
Because not to mention that they're all not effective rents.
What happens here is when it comes to previous board orders of commissions and tenant inducements, we look at the net effective rent. We don't look at the deductions of tenant inducements and commissions that take place. And that's been consistent with municipal board orders.
So these are not effective rents?
These are what's been reported. So if we look here, off the 2017 mailer that I have here, we have Dufresne.
What page are you referring to?
I'm looking at page 7.
Thank you.
Page 7, Building 8, 116.
So, sorry, why are we using 2017 when there's 2018, which is more recent?
Well, because the reference year for this property is April 1st, 2018. Is April 1st, the mailers that we use for the 2020 assessment is from the 2017 mailers. You're
So
required
we're not
by,
using 2018 numbers for 2018 reference year?
no, because what happens is we generate all property values for the 2020 assessment based on 2017 mailers. Any leases that take place after April 1st, 2018 would be post-reference, and I would not include them. So I have that for information with regards to the square footage, but when we're doing our economic model, we don't use 2018 mailers. So to answer your question here, so I'm looking at page 7 and page 9. We have the Dufresne rent that was signed January 1st, 2017 at $6.60. The second lease at Dufresne, January 1st, 2017, 5 years, 50,000 square feet, $6.50. Graham Construction, we have that, so I'm looking at now Building 10, Unit 126.
So,
Lease signed, let me finish please, September 1st, 2015. Ends August 31st, 2021, $13.95. Graham Construction, September 1st, 2016, 6,000 square feet, $13.95.
so Manulife 2322.
Manulife,
Building 14, be second from the bottom.
Building 14,
I have it here as 970, you have it listed as 2322.
okay, Manulife, Building 11. Are you looking at the 2000?
I'm using your, I'm not accepting your 2017 argument, but I'm referencing your
Why wouldn't you?
2017. I'm referencing your 2017 document. I'm just trying to
Okay.
compare. where you
Okay,
got
no
these
problem,
numbers
so,
from.
sorry Dino. What am I looking at here first?
Manulife, second from the bottom in building 14,
On page 7 of my brief?
on page 8 of your brief.
Okay, page 8 of my brief. Manulife, Building 14, okay,
Yeah.
$9.70.
And it's listed here as $23.22.
On page 10.
On page
Wow.
10, sorry.
Yeah. That seems very, very odd. That's obviously an error, because we have no rents in this building here at $23 a square foot. Even if we look at the 2018 rent. What's the 2018 rent at? That's obviously a mistake.
Okay, and that's fine. I guess the same thing would be then for CH2M and Ballard Construction. 1935 listed on your sheet, but 1995 listed on our sheet.
Okay, so
I know I'm arguing the wrong way, but just for clarity.
1995 here, and that's CM. What building's that, Daniel?
Building 1,
Okay.
building 1 on 7 of your,
So, building 1, CH2M2, says 1995,
it's listed here as 19.
35. So we're giving you a deal.
Yep, and that's, I'm just saying, I'm trying to.
Yep, no problem. But that's,
Trying
you
to
know,
make sense of all this.
should we go through other ones here to see if we're consistent?
I don't think we need to.
Okay.
Just if I can ask one question I found confusing. You indicated that you had set the value prior to getting the questionnaire. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You're also telling the board today that you ignored the questionnaire you received in July.
Because
Was for 218.
there's aspects of it, so what I was told is the document that I received in July was for the updated information for 2017. That's what I'm assuming here, because I know there's a time limit. So if I'm wrong, if I'm being generous, like I said, gentlemen, this is a very complex property. I'm doing this for the very first time. If I've given you more money for expenses, you know, this is part of my learning curve. I was under the assumption that the new values that I've given, that I'd used on page, were for 2017. I didn't realize. So how do they differ then? Are they significantly lower or higher? Your expenses with regards to non-recoverable?
They were actually lower this year, so
Okay,
works against us, but
Okay.
we, again,
I'm
go
just,
to being,
you know,
we want it to be accurate. That's what we're pushing for.
and I'm learning this property as we
On
speak.
the rents? Okay.
Sure.
Okay, we'll figure out. Okay, Mr. Frolick, if we could go to page 11 for just a moment.
Yeah, for sure.
Again, these are the model-driven rents. And the show a total of $6,137,706 as potential rent, is that
Yep.
correct? And if you go to the page 11 again, two-thirds down the page is identification number 30332. It's the single largest tenant in the mall. They occupy 77,000 square feet.
Yep.
Your model for that particular tenant, which incidentally is about 15% of the square footage of the mall, is $10.39, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that came from the model.
That is correct.
Do you know what the actual rent paid by that particular tenant would be?
Is that the AACO
That's
space?
correct.
So if we're looking at the leases here that take place, and I do believe, is that lease not expiring in
Maybe it
2019?
could well be, but we're talking about a
Okay.
reference date
No-
of
no
8/2/18.
problem. So what we're
That hasn't
doing-
expired yet.
Yep, no problem. So if we're looking at that space here right now, starting off in building 9, we have it at $8.85 a square foot.
Okay, just that's enough. We don't have to go through each
In
building.
2009, it's $10.45, but these leases were signed in 2007,
Well, wait a minute,
2009.
Wait a minute. What did you say, 1045 what?
The second lease, the AECOM, number 2, of 6,000 square feet, was at $10.45. And that was signed up, approximately 2 years less.
Yeah, 937 is the effective rent. You're looking at the contract rent.
And that's what we use for valuation purposes, which don't include commissions and tenant inducements.
So when you look at the actual, if you go to page 12, the $6,137,000 is used to get your $12.08, unsubstantiated. And the actual generated was $5,584,329. Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, $1.2 million. What was that
What
number?
page are we looking at?
Oh, I'm just.
The model generated rents have generated a gross income of $1.2 million more than we actually received. If you're doing that on $6 million or $5 million, it's a substantial number. So, and given that there's 520,000 feet here that we're valuing, to say that a model's gonna be off by that much over that number of square feet, I find is crazy, for lack of a better word.
Okay, actually, that will be part of your presentation.
Sure, sorry.
Okay, let's keep moving. So you're saying that the model-driven rents, primarily from the site, albeit they're considerably higher than actual generated revenue, but you also say they're supported by some additional outside ownership, and that's on page 20, is that correct? And that would be 960 Lorimer, we'll leave the banks, we'll just talk about the flex. 960 Lorimer, 1,000 Lorimer, 5 Scourfield, 59 Scourfield. Are these comparable to the subject property?
Well, if you look at the ages of the Flex Warehouse comparables that I provided, the oldest one is 1988. The newest one is 2014. So in terms of the effective 8-year built, they are comparable with regards to being a newer built property. And the complexes here are sort of similar, where they are, a majority of their spaces are more than 20% finished. They're not industrial space.
Okay.
They're not, the square footages range from 2,588 square feet to 12,468 square feet. The Terracon business model for square footages is 3,000, sometimes 4,500, 6,000, 9,000, 15,000, and $3,000 increments. The leases that I've provided here are within that range.
Mr. Frolick, 960 Lorimer, did you visit the site?
I've driven by it, and because I'm new to the industrial portion of it, I'm not that familiar with it.
Do you know what the property, what the tenancy is?
In terms of,
Who's the tenant?
it's a yoga studio on one of them.
12,000 square foot yoga studio?
Which property are, which one are you asking
Second
for?
from the bottom, 960 Lorimer,
Yes, we have it listed here.
12,468, paying
Yep.
$12.95 a square foot.
Yep.
And do you think that's net effective, or does that include inducements? Were there any inducements on that property?
As consistent with the municipal board orders with regards to commissions and tax inducements, we don't consider that in the valuation process.
You don't consider what?
Including that we look
But
at,
you're using rents that include a repayment of inducements,
this is model,
comparing them to the subject, and the subject, you're taking them out. So does the $12.95 include recovery of any inducements that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of.
If
I
there
do
were
not know.
$400,000 in inducements on that particular client, would you still be using it as a comp?
As in consistence with the municipal board orders, we do not
I'm saying
include.
that, first of all, where did you bring those board orders?
Yes, Mr. Story, I have mentioned them.
Yes, are are
And
those the three at the bottom? of the
Those are
table?
at the three at the bottom.
Okay, fine. So the $12.95 may or may not be a net effective rent. You don't know if there's an inducement.
I did not get the opportunity to look at that, no.
And you don't know if that particular tenancy is the big adventure at Children's Playland?
Oh, that's what we have listed here.
Yeah. Okay. And when you did your review of 5 Scurfield,
Yep.
you gave us 1, 2, you gave us on 5 Scurfield, you gave us two roll numbers, two properties. Pardon me, 2 tenancies, I'm sorry, 2 tenancies. Were there any more at 5 Scurfield than those tenancies you got?
There is a variety of them. I've chosen these ones.
Okay. Why did you choose these particular ones and not the others?
Well, I can't recall because I'm looking at rents that are supporting my position, and so I thought they were being reasonable.
Well, if you had a property that had 8 tenants and 6 of them were paying under $10 a square foot and 2 were paying over, would you just pick the ones that suit your needs, or would you look at all of them?
That's interesting because that's similar to your position that you're taking here today. But what happens is that this is what I've done. I've provided a variety of rents from the income expense mailer. I've showed some flex warehouses that are very similar to comparables in terms of size and in terms of when they were built. And so there may or may not be.
So you're being
Are there-
fair,
are there-
you're being
so,
fair to the
just-
property owner when you look at that rent roll or that property, and it's got 8 tenancies,
Yeah.
and the majority of them are at under $10 a square foot. Are you being fair to the property owner to say that
Do you
you're
have that
using-
information here, Mr. Story?
I will have it in my rebuttal.
Okay,
please.
awesome,
Yes.
that's great, thank you.
Are you being fair to the property owner?
What we're doing is we're being fair to the property owner because we're looking at what they're actually getting for net rents that are being
Sorry,
reported.
net rents, these are gross rents, are they not?
These are,
They
what are
include the
those rents?
recovery of the TIs. Are they not? 400,000.
I've answered this question, I think, 3 or 4 times, Mr. Panel Member, with regards to tenant inducements and commissions.
Well, you haven't answered it to anybody's satisfaction, that's why we
Well,
keep asking.
you know what?
So what you're doing, just to summarize, what you're doing is you're coming along and suggesting to this board that this property has gone up from $9.04 last cycle to initially 11 and now 12.08, model-driven, no support, not one piece of paper that supports it, but then bringing in properties that are not comparable to any of the subject, with tenants that are not comparable to any of the subject, and saying that's supporting your $12 because there's a $12 payment, but ignoring the fact it's only $12 because they got 400,000 free.
Well, for starters, I disagree with that statement.
Okay, which
I-
one?
Well, you
Well,
made, thank you.
Gentlemen,
Okay,
was that a question or was it a observation, Mr. Story?
it was a question.
So
If in fact,
what question,
My question, Mr. Merrick, was he using the $12.95 Adventure City lease that has $400,000 in tenant inducements repaid to support his $12.08 because he has no other evidence to support that, and it's massive to the valuation of this property?
Mr. Story, as he quotes $8.03 or whatever, I have the 2016 assessed value for our property here that states, I'm not talking about a board decision, I'm talking about our presentation that we had used. We used in the 2016 appeal, which is 2 cycles ago, $9.97. So the $9.03 that Mr. Story's speaking of was a board order that is at the municipal board level for
It was 904, not 903, but
Okay.
let's be specific.
Anyways,
Okay.
the bottom line is that in 2016, and I have the brief here, that was on October 19th, 2015, where we had used a rent of $9.97 a square foot. So if the board panel members want to see this, I do have this here, but I am under oath.
So it's acknowledged that the rents have gone up rather significantly, whereas.
It was 2
pardon me,
cycles
the
ago.
model rents have gone up rather significantly, where the tenants' actual leases have not.
Well, if we look at the breakdown of the 40 tenants that are listed here, over half of them have a rent that are greater than $12 a square foot.
And you're aware, be made aware of the fact that the quality of construction in the last building, which was where People's are,
Yeah.
was unique because it's facing onto Keniston and it's across from the Mercedes, which they feel might have something on
And
it.
to answer your question, Mr. Story, one of the other buildings that we went to last week, the SLR space, which is 3,000 square feet, very basic finish, that's on the mailer, it's renting at $14 a square foot.
It's 3,000 square feet. It's a small tenancy. Do you make any adjustments for economies of scale?
There are adjustments for economies of scale because that's why we have $10.39 for the 77,000 square feet that was listed before.
Yeah. You also, it was a little unclear how you explained to the board the elimination of the 5%, the non-recoverable expenses, which goes back to 1996, and I presume this board has heard some arguments this cycle already. You talked about it's being eliminated, in which case you're acknowledging that in your presentation, the non-recoverable landlord costs are not being recognized.
No, they are being recognized.
Where?
If you look at my brief, and if you look at the income expense mailer, so let's start off at the beginning here. So if we look at page 8 of my brief, and bear in mind it's a proportion of it. So on page 8 of my brief, property management, which is the 5%, is $255,247, and there's a variety of non-recoverable expenses that take place here of $537,257. What we've done, and you'll see a breakdown of this, so if you look at page 13 of my brief, we have the non-recoverable maintenance of $561,150. And based on the percentage of how they contribute to the overall income of the property, the bank's 1.34%, the restaurant's 0.46%, the retail is 4.8%, the flex warehouse is 93.4%. So if you look a bit further up here on page 13, we have non-recoverable, under my expenses, we have non-recoverable maintenance of $524,114. That's where that 5% is being reflected upon.
I'm not an engineer, so I'll ask Mr. Mills to ask the question. Is he aware of it?
You're aware that these non-recoverables are for infrastructure only, correct?
Well, the point is these are general operation expenses.
They-
Almost half of it is property management. And so it's
No.
listed as non-recoverable maintenance. This is what you provided us. This is what I've used.
Yeah, no, we're not arguing with the numbers that we've provided, the numbers we've provided are
Okay.
correct. It's the definition of how you're defining these and describing them, which is incorrect. The non-recoverable maintenance is ongoing expenditures that are expended in the park every year that cannot be considered capital expenditures. It cannot be considered rehab. These are things like cutting the grass in the common area that's not associated with the tenant, that cannot be charged back to the tenant. They're for dealing with the big lake out front that nobody shares a direct benefit to. It's generalized over the park. None of these have to do with property management. Property management is a recoverable expense that is dealt with elsewhere. We're not arguing about that. These are non-recoverable expenses to do with infrastructure and upkeep of the park only.
So what's the $2.6 million reduction that we've given you for that? Because I thought that was a part in cutting grass, part of maintaining the buildings and whatnot.
No. The non-recoverable infrastructure is the rehabilitation that will be required to extend and to get the full life out of infrastructure assets such as water mains, sewer mains, LDS pipe. That has nothing to do with the maintenance of buildings. Maintenance of buildings is taken care of in 2% other, it's a structural reserve, is that not correct?
Well, I'm still learning this property. All I know is that when I see general operational expenses and I see a title that says non-recoverable maintenance of 537 total with property management contributing 265, and it's very similar to the number that you've given me, I think that factors in the 5%. It's my interpretation. You may have a different interpretation, but that's for the board to decide.
With all due respect, it's not an interpretation. This is what's laid out in an engineering report that's about 80 pages long that they itemize what the expenses are to maintain the property. And our engineering firm does not look at asset management or how we manage our buildings or anything like that. They're specifically concerned with, do the roads require more asphalt? Do the water mains require fixing? Do you need more pipes?
And to me, I think that would be covered under non-recoverable infrastructure.
Which, okay, good, we're on the same definition, that non-recoverable infrastructure is to deal with pipes and fixing of the roads and rehabilitation of infrastructure. Can we agree on that definition?
Can I have a question here though for you? With regards to, well,
Is
it's,
this for clarifying?
well, this is to clear,
We have no objection, Mr. Chair. It's very complicated.
Yeah.
Dan was an engineer and an MBA, so he's well able to respond to these questions. Rather than myself, I don't understand the engineering aspect of it.
on page 8 of my mailer,
Right.
of the brief, they have recoverable expenses listed as almost $70,000 as recoverable expenses.
Sorry, where are you?
So on page 8,
Right,
where we have the net rental income
right.
on the 465,000 square feet, we have recoverable expenses listed there.
As 3.269, is that correct? That's what you're referring to?
3,269,000.
That's the recoverable expense, right?
That's recoverable, yeah.
And is this your information, or
This
is
is their information,
this is the information provided to you?
but through the income and expense
By
mailer.
you? Thank you.
So I think I've answered it the best that I can.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that you are not saying that property management is a non-recoverable expense.
What we're saying here is that in this situation here, what's happening here, there's property management, and we believe that it's, you know, we're making a deduction for it based on the numbers that you provided here. And so I understand where you're coming from, but I do, I feel that we're being reasonable in our approach to valuation of this property.
Property management is a recoverable expense.
That's a question?
It's because I believe, Mr. Frolick is trying to say that property management is included as a non-recoverable expense. I'm clarifying this from one of the questions that he asked before. Property management is a recoverable expense.
Wouldn't the property management be covered in your recoverable expenses of that $3,270,000?
Yes, yep, we're in agreement. I'm good with that.
Well,
I'm just trying to be
saying-
clear.
And on top of that, we give additional non-recoverable maintenance for the other expenditures that are associated with this building.
With the park and that are not property management related.
Well, that's where I disagree.
Okay, there's 80 pages to familiarize
Yep.
yourself with
You
disagreement.
know what, as we move forward, Daniel, we can discuss this and you can highlight stuff and we can take it from there.
Well, just following that question, where would real estate commissions, leasing commissions, where would they be on recoverables? How are they recovered by the property owner?
Would they not be under recoverable expenses?
Which ones?
The
right-of-ways, the
$3,270,000 that's listed here.
Infrastructure. That's infrastructure. We're talking.
Recoverable
about
expenses is
leasing.
reported as $3.2 million, $3.27 million.
Right, that's infrastructure. I'm talking about.
It says
the building-
recoverable expenses here on the mailer.
So none of these,
Recoverable infrastructure.
none of these here say commissions. So the 3.269 is the summation of property management all the way down to bad, or corporate capital tax or bad debts. Nothing in there says commissions. So you've taken the commissions out of the rents, is that correct?
I think I've stated my answer
I'm just
now
being,
it's 5-6 times.
okay, so they're out.
Based on municipal board orders, we do not factor in tenant improvements, we do not factor in commissions.
And as a question, you see that they're not listed as a recoverable expense.
And as you see in the board orders, we don't include them when developing in that.
That's a
net
question,
rent.
I'm just asking you if you see in
And
here in
I'm
our
giving an
general,
answer.
it's not listed in here. Can you confirm?
Well, if it's not listed here, it's not listed there.
Okay.
But I'm also basing our property, our evaluation with regards to being equitable and being consistent with the orders from the Manitoba Municipal Board.
Okay, moving on, we won't be long now, into our position. So a quick question on, again, on the timing. So on receipt of the July questionnaire,
Yeah.
that gave rise to a change in the cap rates? And how could it?
Well, when we receive the July mailer, it's a process. The initial deadline for income and expense mailers occur initially during the first week of May. The Terracon Group asked for an extension. So during the months of May and June, we're collecting all the people that have been compliant the first round with completing their income and expense orders. We're looking at the data, we're analyzing the data. Then once July 31st comes and then we get the data from the Terracon Group, we're still going through that process. We're looking at that process to create valuations for the 2020 assessment.
But you've already created a preliminary, we'll call it, a preliminary assessment at 7.75% on the retail, on your page 18. And then when you get, after reviewing the questionnaire, I presume, you come back to 8.75 on the retail. Can you just explain to the board how that happens?
So what happens here is that because of all the special considerations that take place with the Terracon property, what happens is we give a 1.1% premium on this. So if you actually look at the value that we have on page 18, and if the panel members would reference that, I would appreciate it. So on page 18 of our brief, this is what is generated by our operating system to create valuation for all the properties across Winnipeg. If you look at the net operating income for this property, we have it at $2,777,000 with a 6.4% cap rate. For 99.5%.
Are you on page 18?
Yes, I am. Net operating income.
Cap rate 7.75.
Let me finish, Mr. Story. So for 99.5%, 99.9% of the property, for the retail portion of this type of building, we are using a 7.75% cap rate. This is for the majority of the properties here, right? So if we look at our cap rate for retail, you know, this is a part of a community or power center. For this space here, the cap rates that we have for the majority of the businesses they range from the community or the strip mall from 6.40 to 7.30 for the retail portions. And I'm referencing page 29 of my brief. So those are for the retail portions of it. Good Life Fitness Center is a retail business. The assessment parameters for the top 20 to 80th percent range in that number from 5.75 to 7.3%. Our model generated cap rate based on the model is 7.75%. If we capitalize that, it comes up with a value for the retail portion of $3.582 million, okay? So then, that is for the model, that is for almost every property in the city of Winnipeg. Now, we look at page 19 of my brief. Rent's exactly the same, vacancy's the same. We've added the non-recoverable maintenance of the $26,935. We have a net operating income of $250,000, $728. So automatically, our net operating income has gone down by $27,000. We're using a cap rate of 8.75%, which is the 1% premium that we have for the risk associated with Terracon handling all the infrastructure that we've talked today. It's private property, they take care of their own snow clearing, they build those beautiful flower beds that they have. That is the 1% premium that we use, the 8.75. So when you look at the original value per se, why is there a difference? Because the difference in the cap rate is the 1% premium that we attach to the risk involved with this business. Does that answer your question?
Where does your 1% come from? What documentation is to support that?
What we've done is over the years, when the cap rates were much higher, in terms of overall percentage, when the cap rates for industrial properties were 12%, we looked at a 1.5% differentiation. So as cap rates have gone down in terms of overall percentages, we reduced that from 1.5% to 1%.
And do you have any evidence which say that the 1% increase in cap rate is sufficient given the infrastructure replacement requirements, the uniqueness of the site,
Well, it wouldn't be sufficient if we didn't make all these other accommodations for the Terracon group.
Okay.
But I think we're
But
making.
somebody's actually gone, you're not just picking numbers out of the air, somebody's gone through and looked at this with some detail.
We've, based on the compression of cap rates, we believe the 1% is fair.
I guess my question to you is that you're saying that as cap rates have compressed, so I think we're in agreement that the premium, we'll call it, we won't define it, it's 1 to 1.5% was to deal with additional risk. As cap rates have, that's the deal with the additional risk, as cap rates have compressed, which is a function of market and interest rates and stuff like that, on this side, how does that affect the risk profile that is dealt with in the subject property? How has the risk profile decreased with the ownership of infrastructure?
Well, I guess to answer that question is that when we look at this property that developed from a very small amount of square footage, I think if I look at my documentation, it can't really be that risky because in 2012, the square footage of this area was 400,000 square feet. And now the square foot that we have for this area is 542,000 square feet. So if this was such a risky endeavor, I don't see they would increase their business operations by 25%.
Please elaborate, can you please elaborate a little bit on how this isn't a risky venture?
I'm saying if it was so risky And if it was such a risky investment, you wouldn't have expanded your business and wouldn't be looking forward to expanding your
How
business
many
going
pension
forward.
funds do you know that own a property like this?
What we're looking at is when we're looking at pension funds, because of the uniqueness of the property, Mr. Story has said this, Mr. Falk has said this to me as well, pension funds don't invest in these type of properties.
How many real estate income trusts do you know that would invest in a property like this?
Due to the uniqueness of the property, they don't invest in these type of
How
properties.
many, now, does that not exclude a significant amount of the market that would be looking at purchasing a property of this size?
Well, the point is, it's never been on the marketplace. I don't think there's any
No,
intentions of it going on the marketplace.
That's not-
So I think
Hang
it's,
hang on. Where did you get that information? It's never been at the marketplace.
well, I've never seen any sales listings for this property being sold on any of
So
the,
because you've never seen, that means it's never been listed. Has
You-
this building been listed? That doesn't.
I don't have that. And Mr. Story, if you have any evidence where
No, but
property's
you
been
make very-
listed, no,
very
let me
good
finish.
assumptions.
You're grandstanding me, sir, so let me finish,
Okay.
okay? Do you have any commercial documentation that showed that there was a public listing for this property?
No, because it's not germane for this meeting, this hearing. So no, you can't say that either. It's not, that's not what you're.
So it's an opinion?
Okay, gentlemen, can we move on?
Question, next, as a follow-up to that question.
Yeah.
Do you consider this to be investment grade or otherwise?
I can't comment on that because it's so beyond the normal parameters of income-producing properties within the city of Winnipeg.
And if it weren't investment grade, it would probably command a higher cap rate, correct? On its own, forgetting about infrastructure and the, just the fact it's not investment grade.
That question is redundant.
No, it's not. Okay. I think, oh, land, of course, yeah, go ahead.
I have some questions on the land. I'm looking at page 22 of your brief.
Yeah,
You said that the $6.09 was where you came up with a land value,
yes.
is that correct? Where is the $6.09 from?
Well, what I would do is if I went 265, 280, divided by 43,560, is $6.09.
Okay, sure. Better question,
Is that right?
where did the 265, 280 an acre come from?
The previous assessor did that in terms of valuation, and I respected his methodology.
Okay, so it's not based on anything, it's just the number was there before and it was
Yeah,
just rolled over.
and so what I've done is if you're looking at other parcels that are in the neighborhood, not including the special considerations that are associated with this property, our value is a third less. The $6.09 is a third less than me being very generous in terms of market valuation for comparable properties. Bear in mind, there's two different components of it. There's one that's fully integrated in the Terracon Business Park, and there's also a significant portion of 5 acres that are 5.28 acres that have high visibility. Bear in mind, there's the lake, there's a reduction pond. It's not a full 5 acres. That's taking into the fact that the development's probably maybe 60% of developmental potential of the 5.2 acres on page 22.
Sure, yes, I would agree.
Approximately,
There's
because
a-
you have parking there, because just for the panel members, I'm looking at page 22. So we're looking at those vacant parcels of land here, right? So initially what we had is that we had 16.42 acres of excess land for the property. And the breakdown was 11.14 and 5.28. And that's what we had used in the 2018 assessment. I provided new information, so now I think it's building 2 that's been expanded on the far left-hand side, so I'm referencing this red document here. So when this building was built, the amount of excess land wasn't as great. So based on the information provided to us, we used 10.65 acres as excess land.
Yeah, I'm definitely not arguing about that. We're all on board with the 10.65 and, you know, as you can see by the pictures, we have that. I guess I'm gonna dial in a little bit more on this 265. So just to clarify, this is, for lack of a better word, purely the generosity of the city that said, we're gonna cut the value that we feel by a third, and that will be your value.
Well, what we've done is we're being mindful of all the special considerations of the Terracon property, and we're looking at market evidence. So when we look at sales comparables, and this would have been argued if we would have discussed the property appeal for the vacant parcel, which is north of here on Portage Avenue, it's the same comparables, but I've provided 9 different comparables of commercial and vacant land that are significantly higher than $6.08 a square foot.
So why is, if 609 or 265, 280, whichever way you wanna look at it, if 30% was the number that we arrived at, that we just cut it by a third, why not go to $3?
Two-thirds.
2/3, sorry, why not go to $3? Why not $3, or why not $4? Or why not $15? Why 265? It feels just like a dartboard to me.
Well, you know what, Daniel, you would probably know this better than I would, because you dealt with the previous assessors on this file. I'm respecting the valuation that he had used for this.
Okay.
I had changed it from the 12 point, I've changed it, and so I'm a reasonable man. It's 2/3 less than the increase that I was seeking for a part of it, being mindful of the fact that some of it is not as valuable as the frontage right on Keniston.
Okay, do you know if the 5.28 acres out front, the area that we're talking about beside the lake, north of the bank, and in the bottom picture, it would be the bottom right-hand corner, the red area.
Yep.
Is that land serviced?
Well, the point is, to a certain point it's serviced, but in some regards, it's my understanding. And if we look at my brief that I had created for the vacant parcel over here, and the panel members won't get that. Bear in mind, so all the interior infrastructure, all the pipes that use for the Terracon business model, they take care of all the plumbing as a part of the property. Just like in our homes, parts of our driveway is city-owned, and once it leaves the city portion of it, the rest of it is the owner of the homeowner's responsibility. So with that being said, Mr. Falk took us on a tour. He told us that there are 3 areas where Terracon can access the land value, the water, and how they develop it. So when we look at all the infrastructure, me not being an engineer, me learning this property from the get-go, I'm certain to a certain point that there's water up until the Canadian Western Bank. And beyond that, I don't think there's been no work in terms of pipes or infrastructure. But what's important consideration, and Kara, by any chance, do you have my brief for the vacant land?
file?
Yeah.
I don't have that file.
Okay, so what I want to show this, and this was a part of my valuation process here, is I had a picture on my brief here, water services, and I can hand this out, and I'll just read it, and then you can.
You
Did you
really
want?
haven't presented this as evidence, is this?
I'm answering the question.
Right.
So there are city services that run parallel to the excess land that we have here, that we're evaluating at 265,000 square feet. There is the brown line, which is the water and waste sewer. There was the purple line, which is the property line. There's the green line, which is lane drainage sewer. There is the blue line, which is the main water line that's at the northeast corner of the vacant parcel. So what I'm saying here is I am mindful and I am respectful of all the work that Terracon has to do to develop those parcels of land that are south of the lake, which is why we give them the deductions that we give them. But to claim that it's not serviced,
Can I just get some
Okay, sorry.
clarification, Mr. Mills? You seem to be okay with the area that's considered to be additional land,
That is correct.
but you do have an issue with the value that's placed on it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify where it came from, and then also to find out if this, and where I was going with this, is this value in light of it being serviced? Does the assessor consider this land to be serviced?
we consider it to be serviced.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're aware that the value of this land was decided on in the last cycle is $55,000 an acre, is that correct? Were you aware of that?
Which is why it's at the municipal board. And wasn't the 2018, 2019 supplemental confirmed at $63 million?
The 19th cycle was.
19, yeah, and the
Oh,
it was half
2018 was
of,
it?
half of 2018, July
Okay.
1st, 2018.
So, the city considers this land service. Are you aware of any special encumbrances that would hinder or prevent a person from tying into services on Keniston Boulevard?
Oh, you guys are limited by where you guys are limited with where you could cut into this parcel of land
Okay.
unequivocally, which is why we came up with the $6 a square foot.
Okay. Do you feel that this land is easily separated from the rest of the title?
I don't think the ownership group would separate it from the title for any reason.
It's not
Because if
really what I'm getting at.
if you look at the building history of this property, it's not like you guys are not gonna be expanding at some point, so within 5 years, my guess is there'll be new development on this portion here, or there'll be new development taking place on the vacant parcel of land which was withdrawn earlier on today.
There could be, that's.
Yeah, well, the point is, I had shown in my pictures, you guys are seeking out new business opportunities to expand your business.
Do you feel that this is an easily separated, can you separate this 5.28 acres in the front, can you separate it from the rest of the title easily?
I don't deal with titles, but I'm very being mindful in terms of the valuation of it. Like, I think, I don't know, I have nothing really else that I could say with regards to it. We've made a deduction for this based on market evidence. And so we're factoring in a 2/3 reduction from the $15 that I was seeking.
Okay, noted. Does the city, have any idea, any variables, any out of the models that came out, idea of what a servicing cost would be for, say, parcels of unserviced land?
Well, I can't really answer that.
I don't know is an acceptable
Yeah,
answer, Mr.
sorry.
Okay. Okay. That's fair. Okay, I'm done with page 22 then. On page 23, just to review some of your comps, because you did mention
Yeah.
them. Comparable one is noted as C4 commercial.
Nope.
You're aware this is a Lowe's site. This is now this is now the current home of Lowe's.
Yep.
Okay. Comparable number 2 on the commercial side on page 23 is also zoned C4.
Yep, that's why I included the nature of, right now, the subject property is mixed MNU, which can be mixed manufacturing. There's not a lot of manufacturing taking place on the subject property right now, so it's mostly a commercial development that's taking place on 1301 Keniston. So what I've done in my valuation is I've included commercial properties that are in the southwest quadrant, and I've also included industrial properties of how they're zoned.
I don't agree with that, and I'm not agreeing to that in any way, shape, or form. C4 definitely has a much wider scope of what can be done on it, as opposed to MMU. MMU is a little bit more restricted in terms of the commercial, so I'm not agreeing with that.
So your question to him is,
My question to him is, how do you find that C4 zoned land is comparable to MMU?
Because what happens is when you look at the comparables that I have for vacant industrial land, they are supportive of the land values that we're using. So if we look at the industrial land comparables that were zoned, approximately M2, mixed manufacturing, clearly we're not being unreasonable in our approach to valuation of the excess land.
Sorry, but you just flipped over to the industrial side. I was asking about the C4 zone.
No, what I'm saying, but this property here, it has the flexibility to have businesses on it. It also has the flexibility to have a window manufacturing on it. because it's zoned that way. The highest and best use of this parcel will not be to create a window plant or any type of manufacturing or warehousing for that matter of significant quantity of 100,000 square feet. The business model for this will be similar to what the pattern is that you're looking to advertise for. So,
I believe that's your opinion, that's correct. Like,
well,
there's
it's,
nothing-
the market evidence shows the pictures when you drive by. You can't say that this unit's not been commercial. The property at 1301 Keniston is not commercial in nature. You can't say that.
1301 is not commercial in nature, it's industrial flex, that's correct.
It is,
I
it
agree.
is pucked that way, but there is, the majority of the building is of office quality, office finish. There is not significant warehouse space on this.
Yeah.
I think the evidence speaks for itself.
I'm gonna let Michael.
Michael has a question, just clarification.
Are you aware, under the MMU zoning designation, is it considered a industrial policy plate?
Industrial policy plate.
Yes or no?
I'm not familiar with it,
How can you speak to it then if you're not familiar with it?
because I'm looking at the current use of what are the properties being used there.
What is the
And
property being used for?
The majority of the office spaces of commercial variety
Is
of
office use
offices.
Is office a permitted use under MMU, industrial policy plate?
It's currently, the current use as MNU has 542,000 square feet of office space majority.
Is that a permitted use under MMU?
I can't answer that.
How can you not answer that?
Because the litmus test
You
is,
just told it.
let me finish. The litmus test is you drive by and the property is office in nature. The quality of finish is office in nature. I didn't, if we would have had an
Thank you,
open.
I appreciate your answer, thank you. If I could just take it one small step further. What's the underlying use and direction? We have, I think you mentioned we have 13 buildings on site, something like
Yep.
that? What's the underlying direction and use of the property? Would you consider it employment lands?
That's the term that I've come across, yes.
So you would agree with that?
I've come
Employment
across,
lands.
I've come across that term, yes.
Right. And is there any big box retailing on the site?
No.
We've submitted master plans that you may or not seen
I have not.
to create a master, would you agree that we are creating a master plan business park?
Well, you're continuing with the work that you started in 2001.
Thank you. Yes, we are. So to say that we could sell this off to auto dealers, or we could use this for C4 big box retail, would be contradictory to what our development intentions are?
What we're looking at is we're looking at commercial properties.
But
And so when we look at commercial properties, we do not differentiate for vacant commercial land.
can we
Be-
stop?
Let me
referring
finish,
to it-
please.
Can we stop
Let me
referring to it as
finish.
commercial, because it's not. It's MMU, it's manufacturing, mixed use, which is an industrial policy plate. It's not a commercial.
So what manufacturer? Can I
It's
ask a
not a
que-
commercial use.
Mr. Chairperson, I think you probably know the way I'm gonna ask this question. In rebutting your question, is there any manufacturing taking place?
You're not to rebut your
No,
answer.
no, I'm out, no, my answer is, when I reviewed the 2017 income and expense mailer, I do not see any value-added activities where we're taking a raw product and we're making it into a finished product. Based on those parameters, I view this as being a commercial property, not industrial property, regardless of the zoning.
So, just to recap very quickly, and I'm looking for a yes or no answer. You disregard the zoning, you don't consider that important, you provide your own opinion, which overrides what the bylaw tells me I can and cannot build on that site. So your opinion on value is more important than the permitted uses and the legal uses?
I am looking at what the current business model has as of today.
Do you know if we are functioning illegally then? Is this an illegal property that's non-conforming to any zoning?
As I stated when I started this presentation, I am going through a learning curve on a very complex property, and within time, I'll probably be able to understand that better, to be able to answer that question.
So are you disqualifying yourself now by saying you're not qualified to represent the
I
city in this assessment?
Definitely not. We're looking at assessed value.
So
We're looking
what are
at
you telling me?
the three approaches to value are the income approach to value, the sales comparison approach, or direct comparison approach to value, and the cost value. I presented information with my extensive education with regards to valuation of this property. And I think I am, when it comes to this, I do consider myself to be an expert with regards to assessment income valuation. I am not, what's a term that I'm looking for? A business developer as you are, Mr. Polk.
I could go all day.
Yeah,
Of course you
please
can.
don't.
Please don't.
Please don't. I think we get
Really,
your line of
just-
questioning.
Hope so. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, just clarification on the last four. Comparable 3 is now condos,
Yep,
is that correct? Okay. Comparable 4 is now an Audi dealership,
yep,
and comparable 5 is now a Mercedes dealership.
that is correct.
Oh. To the industrial properties on page 26, comparable 1, page 26 of your brief industrial land sales comps. Comparable 1 is currently vacant, is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware that Birchwood Automotive Group was the purchaser of this land?
I was not.
Are you aware they had intentions to construct a dealership here?
I am not.
1450 Waverly, you're aware that that's a data center now?
Yep,
You're aware that they had very, very limited locations on where they could put this, and they were governed by several different constraints such as power, flooding, storms, access, and so on?
yep,
Okay. Comparable 3 in the industrial land sales, you're aware this is gonna be a new dealership, service center,
okay,
car related?
yep.
And comparable 4, are you aware of this land? Are you aware of what user this is?
I think apartment block?
This is a church.
Church, okay, sorry.
This is a church.
The other side of it's apartment block, I think.
That's correct. Are you aware of the special nature of what's being constructed at this church?
No, I am not.
Okay. And is it correct to say that churches are given special tax exemptions?
That is correct.
Okay. You're aware that, given the value that they're spending, are you aware of the money that the church is spending to create a premium product that's likely never been done in Winnipeg?
My only focus is the sale price of the land.
Okay. I have one more question, I'm not gonna be long, sorry. Everyone, page 28 of the assessor's brief, under additional information.
Yep.
And I'm going to read yours and then just have a question about it. I'm gonna read the paragraph here. It says, the applicant uses tenant inducements to reduce the net effective income of the property. What do you mean by the term uses? Are you implying that we are giving away money, inducements, free rent, just so we can have a lower valuation when we come here
No.
once every 2 years to talk?
No,
So then what do you mean by the applicant uses tenants inducements to reduce the net effective income? What do you mean?
what I'm saying is that from the Manitoba Municipal Board, we do not consider tenant inducements in terms of the valuation process for properties.
And you say that, I understand that, but you're saying the applicant uses them. You are implying that we are going out of our way to use these instruments, which you call tenant inducements here, to lower our net effective income. You're saying that we are purposely doing this.
This is, your mandate is to create a market value for the subject property. My mandate is to follow the rules by the Manitoba Municipal Board to create a value for this property. So when I say uses, this is your position, this is our position, this is why we're here.
Okay. And does not consider mezzanine space to be rentable space? Yes, it's not as per the lease, because as we went and toured and saw,
Yeah.
space
I'm
comes up.
not
So that's,
disputing that, unequivocal.
okay. Fine, good.
Okay, just we'll wrap up here. Quickly, just one question. Excuse. Do you believe that any one of these particular types of revenue streams, retail, flex, bank, can be severed easily from the package? Or is it one economic entity?
No, it's one economic entity, and I've shown in my, my income approach to value, which I shared with the panel members. Our blended rate for this property is 7.36%, and that is derived from the majority of the income from the flex warehouse. 95% of the income for this property is from the flex warehouse. So because almost all of the property, like a small percentage, is used by other income streams, and you can see the revised cap rates here. The cap rate for the bank, 7.55%. The cap rate for the restaurant, 7.35.
And I guess that's my
Let
question.
me finish. And so the cap rate for retail is
Yes,
8.75. So what we're doing is that the driver of the value for this property comes from the flex warehouse. And if we're just looking at the flex warehouse portion of it, it's 7.3%.
I guess that's you were getting to my question in reading each component. What it amounts to is you have a single entity. It's also interconnected by virtue of the infrastructure, but irrespective of that, it's an industrial park, they're all interconnected. Why would they not have one cap rate?
We do have one cap rate.
Let me finish. No, you don't. Throughout? For the 4 different income streams? You don't.
But the blended cap rate is 7.36%.
That's an average. But why do
No, it's not the average. It's based on the percentages provided by Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills had sent me an email, which I only have parts of here, but I'm under oath, so I wouldn't lie. The Flex Warehouse, in an email that I have, and I don't know if I have it here or not, the Flex Warehouse generates the majority of the income for this property. It's 93.4%. So,
90% of the property, so of course it would. Why wouldn't it?
so then we're using a cap rate of 3.6%, not a cap rate of 8.75%.
Well, let's take it one step further. What about vacancy? You've got a 6% vacancy in Good Life Fitness in the retail, correct?
Yeah.
What vacancy do you have in Tim Hortons, which is a retail component restaurant? It would be retail, would it not?
Well, what happens is that one's quantified as being a restaurant, one's quantified as being retail
Yeah.
goods, and like it's a service.
Yes,
They're both
but
services, but restaurants, there's enough restaurants out there that they derive higher market rents than a standard retail operation.
No,
Hence,
no,
when we
no,
look,
no,
let me
vacancy.
finish, please.
Vacancy.
When we look at the comparable rents, the restaurants that I've shown have all rents that are between $26 and $30. The subject property has a rent of, let me double check here.
I'm not asking about rent, I'm asking about vacancy.
So to continue with the question here, so what will happen here is that based on the overall percentage of the entire property group, so the restaurant's 3%, the bank is 2%, the industrial is 2.5%, the actual is 2.6%, and for the retail it's 6%. So what happens here, we're doing a percentage of the vacancy based on the overall contributory value to the income of the property.
So you're like weight averaging it because it's flex warehouse there?
We're not way averaging, we're taking the income stream from it and using the industrial,
Contribution.
what is the average vacancy of industrial properties within the city of Winnipeg? We've come up with 2.5%, the actual is 2.6%.
Thank you, those are my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Billinghurst, questions for the assessor?
I don't think I have any right now.
Mr. Hart?
I'm going to focus in on the cap rate. Let's turn to page 15. You have a cap rate for the bank of 7.55%.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of precise? Do you have enough quality sales to derive a cap rate to that fine?
We have some sales of banks. I know there was a sale of bank on Kimberley that had taken place on 739 Kimberley.
Okay.
And there was also a CIBC bank on Portage Avenue that had taken place. So we do have some data.
But is that enough to get down to 7.55 as opposed to?
Well, actually, the
7.75?
well,
7.5?
6.55 is what we've generated with regards to bank evaluation, cap rates for banks. When I was looking at the cap rates that we had done for banks, they were actually a bit lower than what we represented here. And so this is the,
But in past cycles, I mean, we've basically used the nearest quarter point.
yep,
And recognizing that there's not a whole lot of data on sales out there.
yep.
Now we seem to be getting to a pretty fine point here.
We do cap rate studies for banks. This is the number that we have.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Yeah, I guess my first question, you're seeking an increase.
Yep.
Have you gone through the proper channels and gave notification that there was going to be an increase?
We had sent letters out, and I provided copies to the municipal board, to the Board of Revision.
Yes.
We have copies of those.
We do.
Okay, I guess one of your statements at the beginning was this was a unique property as far as non-recoverables. You said there's no other properties like it. How does the city assess properties like neighborhood shopping centers, auto malls, things like that, where there could be common area that's owned by the holding itself, and they have to cut the grass and
Yeah.
do the
Well,
sidewalk?
for the business parks, for the automobile dealerships, there have been deductions that have taken place in the past with regards to covering some of their infrastructure with regard to that. I'm not dealing with the 2020 car dealerships this year, so I don't know what's happening in terms of what's happening for the 2020 assessment. I know we've done that to the past, but not to the extent that we're doing this with Terracon.
So your statement was basically you're not aware of any other properties that are treated like this?
Not for 2020, because I don't know what's happening with the car dealerships in 2020. And I'm new to industrial, so I don't know what happens with other industrial properties. It's my understanding, well, unless you're including the other Terracon business centers. The other Terracon business centers have the same special deductions that this property has here right now. But I can't think of any other industrial properties where we factor in the non-recoverable maintenance, the capital requirements, and the infrastructure.
Okay, and maybe this is a better question for the applicant rather than you, but I'm going to ask.
Yeah.
These non-recoverables, would this be similar to, say, a condo reserve fund study, where they have to put aside money to?
No, I don't think so, because, and they had referenced it before, there's this huge 80-page report from the engineering group that looks at the costs
Okay,
associated
I'll
with
put
that.
that question to the
And
applicant
yeah, so
when they
to
do
me,
theirs.
the condo study and that money that they're putting away for future reserve funds is to deal with repairing the roads, repairing the infrastructure costs.
Is that not what they're essentially doing here? They're doing it as they go along and not recovering it?
Well, no, because that's why we're doing this special deduction off of that. So if we look at your condo, when we're looking at sorry. When we're looking at the non-recoverable infrastructure, the capital replacement's just like a condo fund. That's factoring in money for future repairs.
And it's your contention that the 1% premium that you've added to the cap rate from the original model-driven value is to reflect
The additional risk
additional risk in,
with regards to them taking care of all the infrastructure, to fixing the roads, with regards to everything like that, to running their business model.
and was there any consideration given to the question that was posed to you was the diminished market for this type of property?
Yeah, it's, when we look at the three approaches to value, sort of as a checks and balances, you know, you have the cost, you have income, you have direct sales comparison approach to value. With regards to all the expansion that's taking place, does the value seem, how much would it cost them to build the bricks and mortar of these buildings here? And using that, I'm not a cost specialist by no means, but I don't believe our approach is unreasonable with regards to market valuation.
Okay, you're kind of opening yourself up there when
Well,
you're saying
you
the
know,
three
it's-
approaches to value. Have you gone through the other approaches at all as a check?
Well, I've looked at what we've had done. And so I look at the sales, so if you look at sales per square foot, you know, looking at the quality of the finish of this, if we're looking at the dollar value per square foot for this property, and if we're looking at the overall market value, it's discounted. And that's factoring the risk, because if we're looking at new OFS office space being built within the city of Winnipeg, it's significantly higher than the value that we have here.
All right, thank you. I think we'll take another break before we hear from,
Is it gonna be a lunch break, or is it gonna be?
no, it won't be a lunch break.
Ready to go as long as we.
We can continue on? Everyone's fine to continue? Let's do that, please. Hear from you, please, Mr. Stoll.
We will have to
Could I actually have a bit of a break, though? I
Sure,
need to go
I have to do my parking.
Okay, 5 minutes. meeting back to order then. We're at the point now where, Mr. Story, you're going to present your evidence.
Yes, thank you. Well, we've had an interesting morning, talking about the uniqueness of this particular business park. We have, essentially, we started the day with 5 issues. We actually probably have added a couple today, subsequent to that. The first and most important thing I believe is the market rent. That's statement issue. Issue number 1 is our market rent. We have to determine what potential and actual rents are being generated by this site. Number 2, we have to look at vacancy. We have a position that we'll be sharing with the board and the assessor, that because the properties cannot be easily severed, there should be 1 vacancy rate throughout the center, and that rate should be 6%. The next is the shortfall, and the shortfall has to at least be equal to what the current tenants are paying in their taxes alone. So I'll be looking for higher shortfall rates as well. We also get into the matter of the non-recoverable expenses. We'll be going through what is happening in the marketplace. That has been seemingly a change in the direction from the city of Winnipeg in terms of their disallowing that 5%, and I believe it to be very, very important and should be reinstated, and we'll also bring that on. And last but not least is the magical thing called cap rate, and how do you handle cap rate when you have the unknown of having to replace infrastructure down the road, and is it marketable as a property investment grade? And what is the actual capitalization rate, given the uniqueness of the property, the contingent commitment to have to replace at some point to replace this infrastructure, to maintain it. Typically the city maintains and replaces infrastructure, not in this case. So those are the issues that we'll be talking about. We'll also speak quickly about the land, because I have gone through the Johnson report and looked at there are only 11 land sales, and some of the numbers that we kicked around in this room this morning from both sides confused me as to what this land is worth. Certainly another area to look at. So if you go to page 4 of our brief, this gives you same material you had before. Is from Mr. Frolick. There's pictures of the buildings. If you go to our page 8, you'll see a summary of our position. And just to back up again to what we just talked about, our statement of issues. Number 1 is I believe that the flex warehouse space should be no more than $10 a square foot. And you'll see that on page 8. I believe the vacancy rate for all 4 income streams, which are really the bank, the restaurant, and the retail, are really all retail. They're just different subcategories within retail. I believe that 6% is an appropriate rate for that. When we get into the shortfall rate, I believe $7.50 on the flex warehouse, $6.50 on the retail warehouse, $7.50 on the flex, and $8 on the bank are more appropriate. These are the shortfall costs, and you'll see, depending on whether or not, how successful the assessor is with the tax appeal. If the taxes go to the numbers that are being suggested, then the shortfalls would be astronomical. So that the taxes would be such a high component. The excess land of 10.65 acres, I have an amount of $2,825,232. Mr. Mills is going to speak to that component separately, because my confusion is that I look at the sales of lands, and with servicing costs, I come to a negative value for excess land. So we'll talk about that in general terms. Our number overall for the assessment is $44,016,728. It's recognizing the engineer's report that's been provided to the city and accepted by Mr. Frolick. So really, the meat and potatoes are the market rent and the cap rate, in my opinion. And the cap rate, there are people in our industry who would suggest to you that in a situation where you have multiple cap rate streams where probably you can't sever that piece off, that you would use the highest of all cap rates. That's how the market would probably treat it. And that would be my position as well. Like Mr. Frolick, we have attached 4 different income streams through page 12. And, excuse me, I've got a bit of bronchitis. It's spreading.
Yeah, well, yeah. Talking all morning.
If we go to page 13, that's the actual rent roll, which gives us a very good barometer when we're measuring the model rents. We have actual rents, and we should be dealing with actual rents. And it would save a lot of this back and forth and going nowhere. We even went as far as to put median rates on the buildings, because some buildings, we talked about the building that Peoples is in, it's a higher quality of finish, it's probably closer to a suburban office. And I'm on page 13, sorry. Got it? So there's, the first sheet is a summary sheet, 8 through 12 is the backup by revenue stream. I'm now at the detailed schedule of tenants at page 13. And then in the side, I've just scribbled in the medians, and these are the medians by building, and I just did this as a bit of a test for myself. The median for building 1 is 1182. For building 2, again, this is a building that has an admittedly higher quality of finish. You've seen that in the photographs that Mr. Frolick produced earlier. Building number 7, 1143. Building number 8, $8.75. Building number 9, $8.91. There's a bit of a printer difficulty here. There's a 5,000 square foot, they call them link. 2 buildings were linked together, and it's also leasable space. If you go to page 16, you'll see the percent vacancy on the flex warehouse is 4.3% is the actual vacancy. The city has modeled it as something less. We're suggesting a 6% vacancy. This is the, starting on page 17, this would be the initial summary, the initial assessment, broken down by category. And you can see the workups and some of the things that appear to be done on page 18 near the bottom, 4 lines from the bottom. You'll see the non-recovery where they just took a 35% increase. If you go up 20% from last time as reference, so it doesn't look like it's particularly sophisticated. So the owner spent time with Mr. Frolick and shared with him the detailed engineer's report to try to give him some direction, and that worked out in terms of the understanding of the agreement. What I do find interesting on page 19, you'll see the market rent used by the assessor directs is $11 a square foot. It's at the top of 19. So the model went from 904 model driven to $11 and ultimately end up at $12.08 when it was all said and done. So what we did is we said, well, let's look at principle of substitution, proximity. What other alternatives are there for the tenants who are leasing space at the Terracon type property? And the first one we looked at is a fairly new property, 1595 Buffalo Place, we just rebuilt. And They have two leases, they're current leases, $9.75 for precision. They included some free rent. And the Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, that's a new $2.16 lease. Both leases are $2.16. Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries is a tenant that I have a little bit of information on it. I believe that they had looked at or considered the Terracon property. That would be a typical tenant. That's a $9 lease, Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Then that Buffalo place I should mention is in close proximity. It's on the corner of Waverly and McGillivray. So it's in close proximity to the subject industrial park. Getting in the north end of the city, another building that's been rebuilt. It's a relatively new building. Had a 216 lease expansion and a 218 lease expansion and 218 setups, RS Distribution and Ron Fisk. They're 550 and 625. So these are buildings that are not dissimilar, they would cater to the same clientele, and in the $5 and $6 range. 2073 Logan is inferior to the subject in terms of location. It's on Logan just off Notre Dame. It's virtually remains full, so it's a good performing building. And it's at $750 for three of the leases. They're all fairly good size, 11,000, 17,000, 5,000, 7,000, 5,000, 24. They're large footprints, and they're in the $7 range. 801 Century has a lot of similarities to the subject. Kenaston is in fact on the southbound Route 90, Century's on the northbound. This is right at the airport at the corner of Wellington and Century. Interestingly enough, they have a deluxe paint, as does the subject property have a deluxe paint. And interestingly enough, they pay more, $9.25 at Century than they do at Kenaston. There's some free rent, step-ups, and renewals. So these are all leases, current leases, deluxe paint. And interestingly enough, there's a Kids City at $10 a square foot. A Kids City is a child's playground. And the reason I mention that is by coincidence, and they pay $10 a square foot. By coincidence, one of the assessor's main comparables for the subject today is a children's playland as well, and that's in Lorimer. We'll be getting to that. So here are some properties. If you go behind, you'll see the pictures on page 24. That is Buffalo Place. Again, it's new construction. That's one of the houses down to the lotteries. The rent rolls are here to verify the rents. The next one is 1750 Inkster. It's right across from the Nygaard building, close to Keewatin. Quite popular now at the moment, the center port. The rent rolls are there.
Mr. Chairperson, can I ask a question? I'm just curious why the 2017 mailers were not used, and when did some of this information be post-reference?
I'm sorry, what was your?
I'm just wondering why the 2017 mailers weren't used, and when some of this information here be post-reference?
You're talking about what?
Well, I
for
see.
what purpose?
I'm just looking at the date of these are 2018. I look at the Manitoba liquor license lease that's signed, June 1st, 2018 on page 25.
Well, I would think that Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries would probably have considered this lease if they entered into its start. If the commencement was June, I would presume that in April 1st they were willing to build outs and whatnot.
All I'm saying though is if I presented post-reference material, I think I'd be held accountable to it.
If we go to page 32, you'll see this is the the Logan property. Again, we've attached the rent rolls. Just want to make sure that we have all the information. 801 Century, MPLC is a large tenant. MPIC is 30,000 square feet at $9.75 a square foot. I'm back to page 23. But the reason I did this is these are not granted the aesthetically, age is likely, the subject is superior. I don't know how superior, I doubt that it's 20% superior, but it would be superior in my opinion, the subject industrial park. But this gives you, this is a type of tenant that would be in the industrial park. This is the type of rents that are being paid on fairly good quality or new other industrial property in the city of Winnipeg. And this is in support of our $10 overall, as opposed to $12.08 model rent that has no support. If we go to page 43, you'll see here that the overall summary of TAM and taxes for the small is $751. This document's only in here to support our request for shortfall rates to be in excess of $375. You can see that if you look at any of the rent rolls at the 375 would be ultra conservative. We've submitted the city cap rate, and we have more cap rate information in our rebuttal brief. We have at page 53, the Sauter School of Business interpretation of the non-recoverable landlord costs. It's a hot topic in assessment in this cycle in Winnipeg. And to summarize it very quickly, it is the portion over the estimated useful life of the building. There are certain costs that a landlord incurs that are not recoverable. Most notably, real estate commissions, leasing commissions, things like appraisals, marketing for space, anything related to foundation and structure. They're non-recoverables, and you have to stabilize them, as the city has since 1996. In 1994, they've been stabilized at 5%. We agree with that. We have information that we're submitting today from Altus, Colliers, and ourselves that would indicate that not just should the 5% be reinstated, the city almost doesn't include the 5% deduction for what the city has up till now called management. It's not intended to be management fees. Management fees are out of NOI and they are recoverable. But that's the Appraisal Institute's position on that. I'll get into that in a little more depth when I present the Altus and Colliers information. If you go to page 59, I think we've all seen enough pictures of the subject property that, and then just for information only, we've included the summary of the 218, 219, the situation whereby, I'll put it in simple terms, whereby there was new property added by way of a SUP, and rather than increase the value of that building based on its income potential and parameters, the entire mall was elevated, primarily through the model rent. So this is the, you see the assessment. There's a successful appeal of assessment. At page 72, where the assessment was reduced from 58 to 42 million, and a SUP came out subsequent to that with a higher model rent. So again, this is just in support of the $10 model rent. You'll see it was, let me find that section. Yeah, on page 68, you'll see the $9.04 that was suggested. Page 69, the $9.04 that was suggested. The city parameter, the way the decision came out, the owners interpreted it to be that the market rent was $9.98 a square foot of the. They interpreted the city Winnipeg parameters for flex space based on the decision. That's on page 67. I've gone through that quickly, but just want to. So just getting back to our 5 issues, the first issue was the market rent. We believe that $10 is appropriate, as opposed to an unsupported, totally unsupported model rent of $12.08. The actual rent used by modeling is in excess of $1 million a year more than the actual. And these are leased as shell space, and tenants pay. Some rent is adjusted based on the unique requirements or requests of tenants. You have to look at the actual contract rent, less the reducement. You do have to rely on the net rents. You'll see that with respect to, I'm on page 8 now, you'll see that with respect to the vacancy at 6%, I'm asking that because it's not severable, that it be across the board. Structural 2, management 5, reinstating the management, and a cap rate of 8.75%, which is the highest of the 4 different income streams that the city has used, and I believe that that's how the market would react to it. I can go right into the rebuttal with Mr. Chair if it's easier.
Certainly.
And if we start on page 3, the idea of showing, excuse me, I'm gonna some water. The idea of the showing the maps is just to show that these properties are also interrelated, that they should be treated, in our opinion, as one economic unit. And with that, I mean that the vacancy should be 6% for the entire site. And the cap rate should be 8 3/4 for the entire site. So pages 2 through 7 are just the maps. When you get into page 8 and 9, we're getting into the mezzanine, which we've seen spend a lot of time on the mezzanine. We want to show that the mezzanine space is not in the gross leasable area. It's not generating revenue for the owner. If you go to page 13, this is an ever-ending problem. As I say, the board orders that Mr. Fogg presented this morning were from 202 and 203, and I was representing the owners, Mr. McNaught at the time. And mezzanine was a problem then, it's never really been solved. And the reason it hasn't is some mezzanines are purely storage space. All mezzanines take away, detract from the value of the space below it, because all of a sudden the ceiling height is a factor in value. You're giving up ceiling height, so there has to be an offset for that. Interestingly enough, the document on page 13 is new treatment in other jurisdictions, in Calgary, but I think that it's also being used in Edmonton. But what they're doing is they're taking mezzanines and putting a $2 market rent on mezzanines. And they're applying to that, they're also applying vacancy of 1%. And I'm not giving you this because I think we have to do it, I just want to show the board that there is confusion with mezzanines. And mezzanines sometimes are built by the tenant for their own use, it's value in use. That's the case for the most part at Caracon's property. I was there the day last Friday when they tore out a mezzanine, an existing mezzanine. So
Isn't
that,
this post-reference material on here on page 13?
well, we're not presenting material that's dated, we're just showing that mezzanines are complicated and complex and have always been a problem.
So how is this rebutting what the assessor is saying, Mr. Stewart?
Well, the assessor is saying that the full rate should be used for mezzanines, and we're saying it shouldn't be. The assessor is saying add the.
But we don't know the quality, the finish of the space though.
Excuse me. The tenant, or the assessor is suggesting that the mezzanine space be added to the revenues, an add on top, but it doesn't even detract, his philosophy doesn't detract from the fact that you're now under a mezzanine. Some of the places we visited the other day, mezzanines, the space under the mezzanines, particularly the stairwells, have been used for storage. So you actually have to give away, so it's a very complicated issue. It's immaterial, as I mentioned, Mr. Chair, early on, because it's 4% of the total area. So, but if you were to just look, and the reason I wanted you to have this is just to know that there are other people battling the same thing, trying to figure out, well, how do you handle that? The board order that talked about shelving, and whether shelving, portable, removable shelving, should be treated mezzanine, didn't advance anybody's argument, including Mr. Frolick's, because it has nothing to do with what's happening here. But these mezzanines are removable, they're being removed, and as we sit here, they're being removed. If we get back to the, now we're on page 20, and these are the finished warehouse comparables supplied by Mr. Frolick. And you'll see that the first lease, 960 Lorimore, which is from 215. That's a bit dated, it's 215. It's kind of on the edge, but it's a bit dated. The next one is from 214. It is dated. 5 Scurfield. It's smaller space, 3,845. 59 Scurfield is a dated lease, 2014. 5 Scurfield is a dated lease, 213. And 960 Lorimore is from 213, it's a 10-year lease, and also dated in my opinion. If you go to page 22, this is 960 Lorimer. This is one of the comps that the assessor has used. And this is a children's playland. It has not 1 square foot of warehouse space, or office space for that matter. If you look at the back, the next picture on page 23, not in use, the loading doors aren't in use because that's not what the tenant is. The tenant is a children's playland. And the assessor is using this as a comparable. This particular property had a landlord inducement that I'll get into it further in my brief. But they're occupying 12,000 square feet. The next is Sculpt Bar. You'll see that this Lorimore The next is cycle shop, there's kickboxing. If you go to page 26, you will see an example of a mezzanine in a Terracon property. And if you go to page 27, that was Friday last, where a mezzanine not dissimilar to this one had been removed. If you go to page 28, these are leases that I would consider to be current leases. First one is Dufresne Furniture, and that's a base rent of $660 with over 39,600 in inducements. And that lease was dated the 1st of January 2017. And again, it's $6.22. ARXUM is a 15,000 square foot lease. They're substantial leases. It has over 300,000 in inducements. The net effective rent is $10.03 a square foot. It's a 5-year term, which is pretty standard. Peoples is, as I indicated earlier, and there was some conversation from Mr. Mills and Mr. Falk, that the Peoples Court is a higher quality. They are building a showpiece that's closer to an industrial warehouse. Pardon me, to a suburban office, I should say, I'm sorry. So it's 1465, over 100,000 in inducements. City Mix is owned by, is non-arm's length. City Mix is owned by Mr. Honch. Their base rent is $950. It is unique space. It's at the back. It overlooks a gravel pit or a work area. It's probably, I think some time was spent to try to come up with what a fair market rent was on it. It's $995 and it was entered into in 2018. Hard & Stroke, again, would be office. Their base rent is $1695 with 65,000 inducements. Your net effect was $1534. Acon is $843. That was the property we looked at. They have a number of locations in the building. There's 77,000 square feet in total. Their rents are, their net effective rents are anywhere from $846 to $950, and that's 15% of the site. So we end up with a mean, well, a mean of $10.44 and a median of $9.95 a square foot. Is your current leases in the subject property defensible, supportable, not picked out of the air as model rents? And I'm suggesting that they support our $10 a square foot. And if you go to page 30, you'll see the, this is the, in the red box, this is the 77,000 square feet of Acon, and it's at a $10.39 model. The actual is $832, $882, as we just mentioned. Significant difference between model rent and actual rent, and the net effective rent. Acon is $846 as opposed to $10.39. So you see the model rent is not a very good barometer. It's not to be used. You have to use actual rents and actual comparables, and we've done that. If you go to the next page, 31, there you have the actual rent roll. And you can see that comes up to 4.9, not the 6.1 figure that the city uses, 6.1 being the potential rent, model driven, not supportable, not supported by anything. You can go through and just have a look at the various locations, and you'll see there's some smaller space. There's the highest rents would be the Peoples, it's different quality. Dufresne is a relatively low rent. There is a Paradise Montessori at $5.55 a square foot with 3,000 square feet. There's Dufresne, as we talked about, $6.22. It's a current lease, it's as good as you get, can't do any better than that to show. The company certainly deals with iron foot to frame. It's well positioned in the mall, in the industrial park. You'll see here, Innomar Strategies. It's about 10 from the bottom. The rent is $537 a square foot. And they administer chemotherapy in that particular tenancy. So you've got a wide range of tenants. ACOM on another unit at $934 versus, that's considered to be, again, $1038 by the model that the city has used. Deluxe Paints, I was mentioning earlier, Deluxe Paints pay more on Century than they do. They pay $745 a square foot in subject property. That's halfway down the list. Keep going. I'm just flipping through some of the stuff. We get to page 34. This is just a highlight. If you go to page 35, this is I asked the assessor about this property. The assessor uses 5 Skerfield as one of his comps. He uses Lorimer, which is the adventure city, but he also uses this property. And this is a rent roll, a list of tenants. I found this in a presentation done, I believe, in 2016, so I believe it to be reasonably accurate. But what's interesting is more the optic of it. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 10 tenants, and 58% of the tenancies are under $10 a square foot. NB Paint, 7-Eleven Canada, the largest single tenant in the site is 7-Eleven Canada, 12,000 square feet, and they have a landlord inducement of $50,000. But they have a rent roll face rent, a contract rent of $9.25 a square foot. If you go to the next page, this is the Great Big Adventure, unit number 960 Lorimer. Again, the assessor provided that as a comparable at 12,468,000 square feet. Landlord inducement of $400,000. The next one, ACOM, this is the one I was mentioning earlier. It has a series of 77,000 square feet. The model rent that the assessor uses is $1038. We're on page 37. And the actual rent is $846 and $937. Again, this page 38 is just to show a rate. Again, it's outside of this market, so I should put little more weight in it at this stage. With respect to cap rate, on 41 and 42, this is a cap rate study from the city of Winnipeg. And again, these properties are likely inferior to the subject, but none of them have the infrastructure, this commitment to maintain and ultimately replace infrastructure. So there would be requirement of a higher adjustment for them. If you go to page 49, there you'll see that's the assessor's position here is mezzanine, but it also shows you the 1039 for the 7,000 square feet. We have some commentary, and we'll get into it. We've included as part of the rebuttal, but it's also a handout, the business part, the engineer's report, and I think it's very, very good, particularly just in some of the introduction. It's important, I think, to read it for the board if you have an opportunity to read it, because it talks about the effect on value of having the infrastructure requirement. I'll hand out a couple of other things and then. These are just a straight handout on the management. And this is a handout. And what I've done, rather than, I'm sure the boards have heard this before, but I'm handing out the Altus non-recoverable road study, cost study, and the Colliers. And we, as the other agents, share the belief that the 5% should in fact be reinstated. It's non-recoverable. Should be reinstated in Terracon, should be reinstated in all the commercial properties. So we've handed that out. I've got,
You're handing that out as
and
well?
these are, yeah, these are. And we're gonna.
I said, I thought you said 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm losing my voice, so I'm just doing the best I can. I apologize to everybody. I'm not a bit of a cold lately. So. I'm gonna bring this on. Let me just finish off the part of a little cost actually develop it, and what do you compare it to? I'm gonna show you, this is how we do it. This is yours. Yeah, I just want to further, at the back of each of these are the rent rolls that we used and information on the inducements for Lorimer and Skirfield. And the last thing that we'll speak about here, I'll hand this out as well, is,
Which one are we talking about?
this is for the land, value of the land,
Okay.
excess land. Oh, that's also that's where it's filed. It's filed in our group as well, under the solar business. And this is just a conventional way that one would look at valuing this property. And unfortunately, I am convinced that the uniqueness of it makes it possible that we can be miles out. These would be, there were only 11 sales of industrial lands in 218. They're on Jarvis, Archibald, Bannatyne, Camillus, Debates, Foster, Fultz, Hyde, St. James, and Wall. Some of them we've talked about in Mr. Pollock's briefs as well. And what it amounts to is these 11 properties, 6 of them are small parcels, very, very small parcels, and would be I would disqualify them if I were trying to come to the value of the land. These are all totally serviced as well, and Mr. Mills will explain to you that the subject is not fully serviced, not partially serviced. And we'll get to that and how it affects value. So what we did is we just took and said, you know what, the average and the median, based on average, based on median, is we would come up with a figure of $214,000 an acre unserviced. It's unserviced property. But I spoke to Mr. Mills last night, and he explained to me, when I asked him what the cost to service it would be, he gave me a figure that exceeded the value of the land. So I'm gonna let him explain that if I can for just a moment.
So, the interesting location of the remainder of the unserviced land at the Tuxedo Business Park, as Sid said, renders it almost close to a valuation of zero. If we were able to look at it, and in theory, if somebody was able to separate this from the remainder of the parcel, which they're not able to, it wouldn't be able to be done. The location of it and the accesses that we've been granted by the city of Winnipeg dictate that we are not allowed access to that unserviced area directly to it. Therefore, we need to create other accesses and come around to the unserviced area and enter it in that way. The effect of that on the value of the property of the land is that an excessive amount of roads have to be constructed, almost 800 meters of concrete roads, being roughly $1,000 a meter. It's $800,000 of concrete roads just to access it. Yes, it would be shared with some of the other lands, but what I'm getting at is that's extremely untypical for 5 acres of land, that you would have to build 800 meters of road to access it. With that is the pipe that goes along with it, so times 3, you'd have water mains, sewer, and land drainage systems. With this, given the size of the parcel and the length that it spans, the city of Winnipeg dictates for redundancy purposes as well as fire suppression that a water loop must be connected and constructed. Therefore, we have to double the amount of water mains that we're constructing. What I'm getting at here is to service this 5 acres of land that is currently unserviced. The value of it exceeds the market value of the land. We have land that is currently being listed in the Hopewell development called Refinery District for $600,000. We wouldn't argue that as market value of the land. We're not arguing that. But that land is serviced. Somebody can go up to that and put a building on it. Our building, you cannot walk up to it and put a building into it. You had to drag 800 meters of road and you had to drag 1,600 meters of pipe to get to it. Those, you go to your front doorstep and the pipes are there. It's extremely different and they're not comparable. It's very tough, and I'm not saying that it's not easy to come up with a market value of this land, but it is definitely not the $1.2 million that Audi paid. It's definitely not the $900,000 that the Chipmans paid across the street, because they can just walk up to their property and do what they'd like. The only services that are granted to this property are from the services that are around that are controlled by the property owner, which is also why it can't be split off and sold, because there's no services there to be granted. We cannot just go to Keniston and pull services off them. They need to be granted by the property owner, which is why the parcel cannot be severed from the rest of the title. So, having done some quick numbers, I end up with a property value of 0. Understanding that that's not fair, and we're working with something with the city, we propose a value of $125,000 or $150,000, being generous. The city is rather generous. Rather generous.
I'm sorry, I'm talking per acre.
Per acre, sorry. Just given the hurdles that are there, and the fact that it can't be separated off and sold. So we're talking about market value, which is derived from something being able to be sold, well, it can't be. So the valuation for this requires a slightly different approach.
You good with that? Okay. And I think I'm just about ready to wrap up. I will just ask you to, just to put a bow on it. I'll ask you to go to page 86 of the rebuttal brief. Page 86.
Sorry, been bombarded here. 86.
And that is that's the facts and evidence with respect to Mr. Buss and myself at the municipal board on mezzanines, some 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago. And the parties agree on this has to do with the cracking systems. They were turned out not to be allowed. They did take the position on McNaughts of $9.50 per square foot, that's in the second paragraph, for the main floor, and $4.75 for the mezzanine, it's in the first paragraph. So that just shows you that mezzanines have to have a different value than the main floor space we're going to use. Page 82, we'll just look at it quickly because this is the sheet that's in the larger package. Say you're going to large package. These are the inducements for Lorimer, 960 Lorimer, and the Great White Adventure. That's at 10 and at 12,000 square feet of Kitty's Playland at $400,000. You do a net effective on that is $9.60 a square foot. And if you go to page 78 of that brief, you'll see this is the these are the rent roll from 5 Scarefield, the other comparable used by the, so, and they had landlord inducements as well. The biggest of which, as I indicated earlier, was 7-Eleven, who were at $9.75 and got a $50 inducement. So that would be the end of my rebuttal brief. Thank you.
Does that conclude your
Yes.
presentation, Mr. Stewart?
Have to answer questions.
Was it 15 minutes?
Well, I snuck in the rebuttal brief, so yes, we have that.
Actually, I need to take a washing break if possible.
You know, I think this might be an opportune time to break for half an hour. Is everyone in agreement with that? Because I think we're gonna go another couple hours after that, are we not?
Yep.
Okay.
So if we break now and come back shortly after 1 o'clock?
Starting up at 1:10?
Yeah, 1:10?
Sure.
Okay. Everyone's good with that? Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. We're at the point where we've just heard from the applicant and Mr. Assessor. Do you have some questions for the
I do.
applicant?
I'm just wondering if I'd be afforded the opportunity to get my pen, to go over our rebuttal evidence that we have. Because with regards to a significant amount of information on, I just find it here. Just bear with me. Thank you. Sorry about that. City of Winnipeg has created a rebuttal package with regards to non-recoverables expense study. Have any of you guys had the opportunity to listen to it at all, or been exposed to it?
Is that 4-pager?
Well, it's actually pretty significant.
Oh, okay,
It's-
so that's no.
Yeah.
And what are you rebutting with this?
Well, it's with regards to adjustments with regard to management, commissions, tenant improvements. These are all valid aspects that we've talked about and that we've recreated. So it's a history. It's actually pretty significant.
Do you have copies of that for everyone?
We have not provided copies. You know what? I just brought the one copy here right now. And so,
Not with me. I have one.
But not with me.
yeah. So,
So you want to do a verbal presentation as a rebuttal?
you know what? Yeah, in terms of, because some people, actually, is it possible to make copies of this right now?
It's not the normal
Okay.
procedure to make a large.
Okay. Well, okay, so what I'll do is I'll quickly go over some key aspects of it. Introduction. Based on,
Well, it is rebuttal. We just, Mr. Falk was just asking, should we be arguing this? And we do have in our brief, we have reference to the elimination
Non-recoverable.
reinstatement, so it's okay to be heard. And we have in our brief, we have the Sodder School position on non-recoverable, so it's in our evidence as well. So it's not, I don't object to it,
well, the assessment department,
1 minute, Mr. Funk. You've already seen this in the past as well, have you not, Mr.
I've
Sawyer?
seen the report.
I've seen it, okay, I'm fine with that. I've not seen it, so I don't know what he's talking about. so.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't, and it wasn't provided, of course.
okay, well,
Is there a reason that it's not being provided? And
you know what, it was an oversight because what had happened is because I wasn't dealing with Altus, I was dealing with Sid. I didn't think, Sid and I had talked about this, and what had happened was I didn't think we'd be going over this to such great extent, and which is why I didn't provide copies, but I could easily get copies and provide it. Yeah, I think there's merit with regards to doing it.
No,
And-
I
and-
think that's the time forward, Mr. Froelich. For the
Okay.
purpose of this hearing, perhaps you could just touch on the highlights.
Yeah,
Just
for sure.
rebutting what Mr. Story has
Okay.
presented in regards to non-recoverables.
Yeah, for sure. The rebuttal package justifies the following. It's with regards to the historic 5% management fee that was related to standard operating procedures that the City of Winnipeg Department has done in the past. Further, that Altus Group agrees that the standard management fees, which makes up a historic 5% of the previous cycles, are usually recovered in whole or in part from tenants, unless tenants are on a gross or semi-gross lease. ATD has allowed non-recoverable expenses, which include a general 2% allowance, and shortfall allowance per square footage for non-recoverable expenses during times of vacancy. The rebuttal package justifies the following. The 1994 General Reassessment Manual should be given no weight or consideration. The historic 5% management expense was in fact an expense related to standard management fees charged by the owner. The expenses that the Altus Group has determined as non-recoverable are contrary to the assessment case law in Manitoba and are not used as treated expenses. The expenses that the Altus Group determined as non-recoverable are typically important when utilizing a discounted cash flow method of analysis. Asset management fees are not allowable operating expenses. Altus Group's analysis of EMA does not exist in appraisal theory. It's flawed. The use of medians rather than averages changes the result of the Altus Group's analysis and conclusions from 5.75% to 4.78%. After analyzing the effective gross income for several indices in Altus Group studies, ATB has determined that the non-recoverable expenses net vacancy of shortfall is between 0.036 and 3.82%. Management adjustment. Below are two board orders that support the position that a historic 5% management fee was an expense related to standard management fees charged by the owner or property manager relating to the day-to-day operations of the property. File number 02A1-0377 and 02A1-0418, order number A-05018. Mr. Ferguson advised the board that all costs related to management fees were fully recovered from the tenant, and therefore should be no deduction allowed for the management expense in this case. In this case, therefore, since there's clearly a full recovery under the terms of the lease, there's no deduction permitted for this expense. Relevant facts. Expenses relating to management of the building were fully recovered by the owner under terms of the lease. No deduction for management expenses were permitted. If we look at the income expense mailer provided on a 2017 mailer, there are recoverables for expenses because there was the net income and there were recoverables. Part of those recoverables were on the management page on the opposite side, and I had shown this in my brief on page 8. There's property management of $256,000. And so on my brief on page 8, property management, $255,000 at $255,000. Total recoverable expenses for the entire property was $3,269,000 or $270,000. So there are some recoverables being achieved for management. Mr. Ferguson advised the board that all costs related to management were fully recovered from the tenant, and therefore there should be no deduction allowed for management expenses in this case. The board is prepared to accept the management expense when it's clear that management-related costs have either not been recovered at all or only partially recovered. In this instance, there's some evidence that that two of the larger tenants occupying 1/3 of the leasehold space paid no management fees. The board does not have any evidence as this is a price amount and has collected none. In the circumstances, the board is prepared to set the amount at 3%. So relevant facts. Expenses related to management of the building were not fully recovered by the owner under the terms of the lease. A deduction of 3% for management expenses were permitted as the costs were only partially recovered. Non-recoverable expenses. Altus Group has concluded that the following non-recoverable expenses in the analysis: leasing commissions, tenant inducements, tenant improvement allowance, free rent. The inclusion of these non-recoverable expenses is contrary to the municipal board case law. There is a long-standing history of municipal board orders stating that these items should not be treated as expenses. Below are 3 municipal orders indicating this. I got file number 97A1-076, pages 3 and 4. The question has been dealt by the board in several recent orders, in particular to the municipal board A94-196, in dealing with the Richardson building, where it was indicated considerable evidence was heard concerning the effect of value of tenant inducements. The respondent ultimately abandoned their position that the value should be reduced to reflect tenant improvements. Municipal Board Order A97-065. The board is satisfied that it's not proper to reduce value to reflect tenant inducements. The board reiterates that tenant improvements, leasing commission, and leasing incentives are not expenses which may be used to reduce income for the purposes of calculating market value. Tenant improvements, leasing commissions, and leasing incentives are not expenses which may be used to reduce income for calculating market value. I have a couple of other board orders that say the exact same thing. Altus's study used discounted cash flows. Discounted cash flows are used for future income potential in the horizon, and you stabilize it. Assessments are done post-reference using a reference date of 2 years behind it. So using discounted cash flows to defend a position while using our methodology, even Altus doesn't use discounted cash flows when it comes to market valuation. Asset management fees. Altus Group correctly incorporates asset management fees into non-recoverable operating expenses in their analysis. In real estate and assets managers to maximize return for their investor portfolios properties, typically for corporations like REITs and for REITs that have multiple real estate holdings. The Institute of Real Estate Management has established common core list of functions for asset managers. Our IREM state that asset managers are those who reside in a different place and control, are understood to be higher place and control or principal resident, establish capital stack, determine investment strategy, owning strategy and return hurdles, establishment and management on how return and key asset control principles will be addressed, determine leverage, and determine and manage structure of ownership. In spirit of time, I'm not going to say anything else, but we have all the orders that are a part of this. And Kara, if you wouldn't mind, could you ask one of your assistants maybe potentially to make photocopies of this? And then this way the board members could get it while I go through my questions? Is that possible? If the board wants it.
No, I don't think we will at this point.
Okay.
Did you want to address that, any of the rebuttal?
No, I'm in possession of the Altus report, the city's rebuttal.
Right.
This is a matter that's being reviewed by a number of boards. There's going to be both our firm, Collier, Stevenson, and Altus have provided reports or rebuttal. We did talk to Mr. Merritt because this is deemed to be atypical, that we were staying out of that fray, to be frank, until we got through this particular matter. Because that doesn't anticipate the non-recovering infrastructure, so it would be very confusing for the general public or the other agents or the taxpayers. So we've submitted it. We put in the Sauter School of Business, the appraisal instant handling of it. And all it is that there are certain, over the life of the building, there's certain costs that don't get recovered. And the city has since 1994 stabilized it. And they've stabilized them at 5%. We as agents have looked at it and said, first of all, should it continue to be there, be reinstated? We absolutely believe it should be. And we even wonder if that rate is appropriate, the 5 may not be adequate, and that'll come out in due course. So I have, my position for today's hearing is that I would like it restated. There's no reason not to state it. But we didn't want to be the test case because we're too atypical. It would just be a dog's breakfast, Mr. Nickerson.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
And a part of my presentation was there was a lot of questions directed to me.
Right.
With regards to tenant inducement leasing commissions. And our position is that the Manitoba Municipal Assessment Act and board orders supersede a UBC textbook. And that's the jurisdiction that we fall under.
Okay, that's noted. Questions for the applicant?
Yep, for sure.
Mr. Furlong.
I'm a bit all over the map with the questions because it came in a lot of different directions. So I have, well, starting with Mr. Story's rebuttal brief, he had questions because it was with regards to some of my comparables that I used. Is it correct that you said any leases that were signed before 2014 were older leases that shouldn't be used?
Well, we can, we use a 2.5-year period up to the reference date.
Okay.
So as I indicated in my presentation, a 215 lease would be Boardroom, but we did speak to
Okay.
it. 214 we would consider to be outdated. Now, we have a big practice in Calgary, and it's a big difference whether what happened in 214 versus what happened here. But it does have the same effect here. We want to have current economic conditions, so the current leases are most in.
Okay. So, you know, we have 40 leases in place for this property here. Do you know how many are below $10 in?
Well, you don't go by
in
the number of leases, you go by the square footage. I know
Okay.
that 15% of the square feet has a a model rent of 1038, and in-place lease of 882 and 932. So, yes, we know that. Do you want me to
Okay.
refer you to the page?
And so then the next question is out of, I had noted that there were 16 leases before $10 a square foot in the 2017 mailer.
Mhm.
You know how many of those leases were signed out of those 16 leases that were below $10? Do you know how many were signed before 2013?
No, but if you know, just share with us.
Yep,
Not a secret.
there was 10 of them.
Oh.
So the position that we have is that because we're dealing with an April 1st, 2018 reference period, we want to capture leases that are closer to April 1st, 2018.
Yeah, you're getting contract rent and net effect
No,
and
well,
stuff.
no, I'm not getting it. Our position is that we're dealing with the net rents,
Okay.
and which is why we talked immensely about this. So would you agree with me that 10 out of the 16 leases that are under $10 were signed before 2013?
Where are you getting the information? Sorry?
From the 2017 income and expense mailer.
Okay, what page number?
Okay, so on our mailer, well, actually, because your information is 2018, it contradicts what we have, but in my brief, I had the 2017 mailer, so if you want to look at my brief, you could do that.
I'm the best helper in the world. He's calculating it right now.
Okay. So on my page for the leases, they were on,
7 and 8.
that's probably it, yep, 7 and 8.
But isn't that a function of the market that some leases are 5-year, 8-year, and 10-year?
Oh, unequivocally. And so, but what we're saying though, is when we're looking at older leases, your value of $10 effective square footage is not, are very dated leases, and they're not reflective of market leases that were signed closer to the reference period. Okay, you and I talked about this, so there's full disclosure here. On my brief, on page 7, we have 2 leases here. The first 3 leases in building 1, page 7, were signed for respectively $13, $19.95, and $18.95.
Is this a question?
Let me finish. Yep. So, do you see the leases that I'm speaking of
Yep.
on building one?
Yes.
Yeah, sandwich in between those, you have a Dufresne rent at $6.60. Where market conditions change dramatically, where there would be a 50% discount from the lease signed in 2016, and there would almost be a 66% discount from the lease signed in the January. Bear in mind, I do not know the quality of spaces of these properties, but that seems to be a pretty significant difference in rate. And I was wondering the reason for that.
Those are, sorry, go ahead, Sid.
Well, just for clarification, you're talking about the Dufresne lease?
Well, yeah, because I
Yeah.
have three leases in
So,
place.
that's what you're talking, because I
that
don't know
I've-
before knew which lease it was.
Okay, yep. So I have, in building one, sandwiched in between the Dufresne lease is I have rents of $13, $19.95, and $18.95. And within that same window, give or take 7 months, we have a lease that is very low at $6.60. So to me, that seems like an anomaly. And I was just wondering, is that common?
That's market.
That's market. But to have such a change?
If-
Like, because you have one lease
I'm
signed for
sure-
$13 in October, and then,
Fixed renewal option.
Yeah, Dufresne had contract rents with fixed renewal options where these were not fixed renewals, I believe. I wasn't, sorry, I have to look over because I
yep,
wasn't.
no problem, just,
Do those ones,
it's just
but
not, it's just an observation.
I'm sure if Michael
Well, Michael,
could have gone more, he would have.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I'm not saying that, it's just, you know, it's an observation that I want to make note of.
So it's not a question, it's an observation.
No, it's, I was asking for an answer why there's such a huge difference, because there's a 50% discount and a discount of almost 2/3 from the rents that were signed in April of
You can't apply a
2017.
$13 rate when you have a contract rent for $6 with the frame, like the. that's-
But,
and
but
I
are we
don't
dealing with
understand how you
contract rents?
model-
Are we looking at contract rents, or are we looking at market rents?
I don't know, you're leading the questions and I haven't got a clue what's going on.
Okay, well, we're doing market valuation with a reference date of April 1st, 2000.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Okay. No worries. I'm glad I could help.
So your question is, that
I'll-
why are
I'll-
they paying $6.22?
When-
Because that's
when-
what the space is
why are they
worth
paying
to them.
$6?
They wouldn't pay more than
Okay.
it's worth to them.
Well,
So
when I-
that's the market. What do you define market to be?
Okay,
People
so
would pay-
in fairness, Mr. Story, in my presentation, I brought a comparable lease that we took pictures of 3,000 square feet, which is smaller than the subject property, at $14 a square foot,
And what year
where the
that's
quality
on?
finish was comparable to the Dufresne quality, yet there's almost a 50% difference in the rent paid.
But you can't apply, you can't cherry pick all these nice rents at the front, that are in the front of the park, that have exposure onto Keniston,
Yeah.
and apply them to the stuff at the back of the park,
Okay.
and then call it market. That's, you're
But-
blurring the lines.
Okay, well, the point is, it's a reflection of the overall properties.
Market is a spectrum though.
Yes.
Market is not the highest.
Okay, not a problem. So in Mr. Story, did you do an average of all of your medium rents that were listed here?
Which page you on?
So right now I'm looking at page 13
13?
of your brief, where you collected the medium rents of $15, $11.43, $8.75,
Did I
$8.75.
do, what, Mr., what did you ask, what was the question again?
So the question is did you do a calculation with regards to what the average of all the median rents that you provided
Well, I
on your
can
briefs?
do it in 3 minutes. There's 10 buildings.
Yep.
The median rent's $11.82, $15, $8.75, $8.91, $11.95, $10.58. It'll be around $9.50 to $10, I would presume. Calculate, you have a calculator.
Well, it's $11, so it's $10.97.
So it's not $12.08.
Okay, but it's not $10 either. Okay, next question. So out of these 875 leases that you have here, building 9, how far was the lease signed away from the reference date? So I'm looking at page 13 on your brief,
Page 13 on the brief. Yeah.
building 9.
Building 9.
Okay, when were those leases signed?
Building 9.
709.
Not,
Daniel's right,
November.
2007, 2009. So you discounted the leases that I provided that were signed in 2013, yet you're providing market evidence of the rent here of $8.95.
Well, I think when you're saying, are you suggesting the leases that I discredited, your leases, are you talking about in the comparables?
I'm looking at what you provided here, so what I've done, Mr. Story, is I've taken all of your medium rents that you have listed here.
Yeah,
Total was $98.76.
okay.
I divided it by the 9 buildings, it's $10.97.
Okay.
And for some of those
Actually, you can do
spaces.
That's right on the bottom of this paper, if you got good enough eyes.
Okay.
It's in the color, but look on page
1069,
15.
sure.
It's right there, 1069. There's no
10
dispute about that.
1069?
Yeah, go to page 15. You've had all this
Yeah,
information.
that's the effective rent, that is not the basic rent,
Okay,
and there's a difference there.
okay. I'm not sure,
Okay,
that
okay.
you know.
And
okay.
so, and your calculations, we also included the model rents for, if you included the Good Life, the Tim Hortons, and Good Life. Well, you know what the average would be of all the rents?
But they're different, you're the one, the city created those 4 different income
Yeah,
streams.
I understand that, but I'm just saying the average rent would
Why?
be $14.23.
Because the flex warehouses are less than $10 per square foot. That's what the argument is.
Well,
And we've got Good Life is nothing more than a flex warehouse.
but when we
and
did
it has-
your medium of numbers, it worked out to $10.97.
Which page are you on now?
Well, we were looking at the
It's also
calculation.
taking,
doing this, you
it's also
calculate.
taking a median average,
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
some
yeah,
mathematical
yeah.
issues with
I-
that.
Maybe
yeah,
some
and I
median
understand that
average, but
completely, right?
I'm trying to come to a number that resembles 1208 and I can't.
Okay. Well, if you look at leases that are closer to the reference date of April 1st, 2018, you'd be able to get rents that are closer to the model generator rent that
Well,
we have here.
let's try that then. Why don't we go to page 28 of our brief? 28 of our rebuttal brief.
But Mr. Story, we've already discussed our position with regards to municipal board orders, with regards to tenant inducements, free rent,
No,
and
we haven't
commissions.
discussed it. You
I presented a
stated your
position.
opinion rightly or wrongly.
Following
These
the
are-
municipal
these
board
are
orders.
Current leases. The median is $9.95. Those are called current leases. Dufresne, who you mentioned, is there. ARUM is there, 10.
So, okay, if these are leases and these are current leases, there's inconsistency of information here. Because on page 28 of your brief, it says there's 39,000 square feet with a date lease signed of July 1st, 2019.
28 of the other brief? The
Okay,
original
page
brief?
28 of your rebuttal brief.
Well, that is page 28. I just gave-
Did you not reference me to this
This
page
is
here?
current leases.
I'm looking at this page here, Sid.
Yeah, it's page 28.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
Okay, so you have the date lease signed of July 1st, 2019. Okay, 39,000 square feet. On my,
Well, that's,
no, let me finish. On the 2017 mailer for 39,000 square feet, what's the start date of that lease? And it's in my brief on page,
Yeah,
Page 7.
AECOM just renewed, sure.
Okay.
What's the question?
So the question is we have a lease date according to your information here that was signed July 1st, 2019, which is post-reference, but then the mailer states that that lease was signed, because you're using $8.46 as effective net rent, but that lease was signed
is that July, is that?
It's August, this should be August.
November 7th, 2007, November 1st, 2007. So I'm just looking for consistency.
And you said it was actually signed in August?
Yeah, I believe what you're getting at is this, one of the 39,000 says July 1st, it should actually be August 1st, line up with 6,000. If that's what you're getting at.
Well, I'm just basing it on the mailer here, so I have a start date for that lease, November 1st, 2007, which is.
Yes, they have renewal,
Okay.
August 1st.
Okay.
Yes,
But the renewal, so you're telling me Your effective net rent is $8.46, and it hasn't changed at all, like,
This market?
okay, but it's an old lease, and I understand that. But when we look at model rents, we're grabbing leases that are closer to the reference date, not 11 years from away from the reference date. Would
It's
you
part of
agree
the
with?
product.
Yeah,
And if somebody
yeah.
buys it, so
Yeah.
if somebody buys it, if somebody comes to buy Tuxedo Business Park tomorrow, they can't change the fact that this guy pays $10 and this guy pays $11.
Yeah.
So they could say, I would love for them to pay the $12 that the assessment department wants,
Okay.
but the fact of the matter is that they have a contractual lease that says they're going to receive this amount of revenue.
Okay,
And that it's 520,000 feet, it is a mini market in itself.
yeah, I just,
We can change it.
yeah, I
So
understand. Yeah, I understand, but
I would
our
love to change
position
it.
is we capture rents that are closer to the reference date. Mr. Story took the position that we can use some of our rents are not viable
So tenants are-
because they're further away.
So tenants are penalized then for locking into a longer lease, is what you're saying?
All I'm saying is I'm looking for consistency in information here, and I see a contradiction between what's provided in the mailer and what's presented here on
Because
the
you're
brief.
constantly marking leases to market. So tenants are then penalized for taking the risk and locking into a longer lease.
No.
That's exactly what you're saying.
All I'm saying is though, when we create a market value, we try to create market leases that are closer to the reference date than 11 years.
And when you got 520,000 feet, you got a mini market.
Yeah, yeah,
So you
and
got
I, and
only
I, and I
product
understand that.
in the area.
But with that being said, with the mini market per se, how many leases are more than $12 a square foot in your portfolio?
Do you have the number?
13.
Okay.
So there's 13 leases that are older than, that are more than $12 a square foot. There are 11 between 2010 and 2012. And then there's 10 of them that were signed that are long-term leases. So what I'm trying to communicate to the board is that we try to get model rents that are closer to the reference date. And so that's why we're not using actuals. The question was, is that our process, okay, and I think the question was, Mr. Mills asked me, how many leases were greater than $12 a square foot? My answer was 13 of them, and I had finished my answer. So that was the question, Sid. Is that okay?
But actually, you're questioning.
Your question.
Yeah, I know that, but I understand that, but I want to be respectful of the dialogue, and I don't want to ignore questions that are posed to me. So, you've come up with a value of $150,000 per acre for the land on this, correct?
To be honest with you, it's a little bit arbitrary because the market value to an outside person, if this was ever to be separated from the parcel, or if it ever could be,
Okay.
would be nil.
Okay.
So, yes, I've
Okay.
set the bar rather arbitrarily and been honest about it.
Okay, so a similar parcel of land just to the north of it was also on appeal this morning, and it was withdrawn. Is that correct? Okay, and what was the market value of that parcel of land?
Oh, I'm not sure if that's relevant for this hearing.
Okay. Well, our methodology, okay,
Mr. Fuller, sorry.
yep, no problem. Mr. Story provided a list of properties that were comparable, which would
Which
be,
page is that?
this was a part of your rebuttal brief on
You
2020.
gotta give us the page.
There's no page set, this is what you handed out.
Oh, okay, that's not in the rebuttal brief,
No,
it's a
this-
separate
well,
entry.
yeah, but this is
You're showing there's 11 transactions.
11 transactions. Which is the closest in terms of traffic or cars going by in terms of passenger traffic counts, similar to the subject property, the vacant
Well,
parcel?
Mr. Frolick, I'm not an Uber driver, so I have no idea. Do you want me to tell you what, for 11 properties?
Which is the closest-
what
which is the
what
closest-
traffic counts are?
Which is the
I
closest?
travel most of these streets and they're always backed up to me, I don't know.
Which is the closest comparable to 1301 Keniston on your sheet here today.
Wait, are you talking in term, or is the question traffic or is the question comparable?
Or development.
Question is comparable, but
In terms of what?
Sid didn't answer my question with regards to traffic count,
I
which is
don't
fine.
know.
Okay,
I
and
don't
that-
know.
and that's
That's
fine.
an
Okay,
answer.
okay. You've asked
Which
it.
is the closest comparable to 1301 Keniston in terms of vacant land?
Well, there's none, because they're all serviced.
They're all serviced.
They're all serviced.
Okay.
None
But-
of them are comparable.
Okay, so, but what would be potentially the closest one?
I don't know how to answer that, because all of them have the luxury of being serviced
Okay.
by the city of Winnipeg, and that's a hypothetical question.
In terms of well, is, answering this
First of
question,
all, that's a lot of
does traffic have the same, does Jarvis have the same traffic amounts as
Yeah,
Keniston?
mushrooms.
Archibald might have, Archibald's got a lot of traffic.
Okay.
Drive Archibald all the time, it's got a lot of traffic.
And what's the rent on Archibald? And what's the date of the sale?
It's not rent, these are
What's
sales.
the sale price? And what's the date of the sale?
Well, it's attached here, just a minute. I have a moment again.
I don't know what the date
It's
is.
irrelevant to our discussion.
Probably don't have it.
No, I have it here. I have it here with the, you check the Johnson reports on the stable too. 2 pages? Right, yeah.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, it's the Johnson report. There's 11 transactions.
302 hours.
So what was I'm sorry, what was the question, Mr. McFarland?
So,
When, what was the
I-
date of the sale? They were all in 218 according to Mr. Johnson. You give specific dates?
well, if it's all in 218, would they all be post-reference?
No, they wouldn't, because the reference is April 1st of 218.
So you're saying none of the sales took place after April 1st, 2018?
This one says
No, they didn't. All
May
the
31st,
sales.
May
No,
31st, 2017, is that it?
Which one?
Is this
Archibald, you wanna know about Archibald?
Well, I'm just,
They're all 17, there's 11 of them. January 21st, 17, 31
What page?
March, they're all 17, every one of them, there's 11 sales. Do you see it?
where did you get, where is that in your brief? I'm just-
Not in the brief, I gave you this position
Okay, let me take a look.
to show you how
Okay.
an accountant, not an engineer, would try to come up with a value for a hearing of this.
Okay,
And that's how I would have done it.
So it appears that all of these, it is correct, were in 2017.
okay. Fair enough. And so, you never asked the question, so not factoring in serviced and unserviced, which is the closest comparable to 1301 Keniston?
In regards to what,
Comparable
Mr.
for what?
Froelich?
With regards to this sheet here?
What, you mean for development,
For, well, in terms of,
Cars on the
if
street,
a person wanted,
car
if a
traffic,
person was choosing,
rental space?
no, to purchase a vacant parcel of land,
Yeah.
would he use a comparable on Jarvis, or Bay Ridge, or Foster?
Well, what would he
or-
anticipate doing on that parcel of land? Because that would affect what he would build on it. What would he want to do on it?
For commercial development.
Rental
So,
space?
would the commercial development on Jarvis or on Foster be the same as the commercial development potential
I think
on
that-
1301 Keniston?
It's a non-question.
I don't-
Camille Singh, it's an industrial.
It depends on opinion too, it depends on the opinion of your buyer. You don't have anything here that's, like, if you're asking what somebody would prefer,
No,
Okay.
based on if a person was doing a market valuation of a vacant parcel of land, if he was choosing comparables, would he choose comparables that were on St. James Street, or would he choose comparables that were on Jarvis Street?
well, I still stick with my original comment, I don't think there is a comparable for our
Okay.
property. That's why we had to construct the valuation.
Okay. And so, with that being said, the market evidence would show that the sale price, and we've discounted the $6 rent from the $15, or, which is the bottom line of commercial development sales on the property, so that's a significant reduction.
Yeah, assuming that you know, but all those sites have the luxury of being serviced. So a knowledgeable buyer
Yeah.
would discount whatever he's buying, whatever it may be, it could be land, anything else, for the costs that have to be input into it. You buy a car that's got $5,000 worth of work, car price goes down by $5,000.
Yeah,
You have a piece of land that has $1 million worth of work to go into it, or $3 million worth of work to go into it, you discount it by $3 million.
Okay.
And this one, you end up in the negatives.
So if someone offered you $150,000 an acre for that parcel of land on Keniston, would you accept that?
You cannot separate it. It goes back to that question. It's a
Yeah.
hypothetical question, because you can't separate it.
So it could be
You should
zero.
be asking him.
He's the asset manager, but
Fair enough. The comparables that you provided, Mr. Story, in your brief,
Yes.
do they have the same tenants that the subject property has?
I think so, to some degree. You're talking about the ones that are outside, not part of the complex. You're talking about Buffalo Place, Century.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I think that they're, I think, I mentioned that earlier.
Okay.
Principal substitution, I think that they both have the same utility.
And
Or
what year
close.
were a lot of
And I
those-
did acknowledge that the Terracon is superior
Mhm.
to virtually all of them, because I'm biased, I think Terracon is superior to everybody.
Okay.
But
So they don't have nearly the same curb appeal that the Terracon properties would
Well, I
have?
would hate to say that about Buffalo Place, I think it's spectacular.
Yeah.
And I would not say that about 1750 Inkster, because I think it's equally spectacular.
Okay.
So I can't say that. I think they're
But
lovely
are-
properties and that they're very appropriate for the same tenants. As a matter of fact,
Okay.
Dulux paints in both places. Kids' bouncy yards are in both places. So I think they're comparable, yes.
Okay.
They have the same utility.
So aren't those more industrial warehouses than actual OFS quality finished spaces?
Do you think that, do you think the Manitoba Lotteries and License and Lotteries Commission is not in comparable space at Buffalo Place?
But I also know that you referenced MPIC,
Yeah?
which has a significant amount of square footage that is utilized, which is garage space, which is not completely office space, and about half of that.
Well, it's got some office space, but it's primarily, which is not a small thing anymore, it's primarily file storage, and they have a lot of files.
And
And they're very happy with the space, and it works for them. It's what their use is.
Okay.
If you have file storage, you may not need the same location, you want to be somewhere else. But those are, yes, they're very real comparables, and they're all well under $10.
So are you saying a cement floor would have the same comparables? Because the space for the MPIC, a significant portion of that is for people who drive in their cars to get them looked at, are they not?
No, you're confused, oh my God.
No.
Mary, this is not an auto pack outlet.
The
It's where MPI store their paperwork and computers and whatnot.
on 1875 Century, right in
No,
between.
801 Century, right in the corner of Alice, right by the hotel. You have to know this, or you can't represent these properties.
Well, it's not my comparable, I was just asking a question with regards to
Okay,
it.
it's right on the
Yeah.
corner of Wellington and Century.
Okay.
And it's a beautiful building, it's relatively new, and centrally located. And MPI is the tenant. And I believe they went to tender before they moved in there, so they did their homework, that's space.
Do you have any pictures of that
Yeah,
space?
it's in there, it's pictured in my book.
Okay. So, you've referenced post-reference material from Alberta, is that not correct?
Well, the intention is not, we're not asking you to do anything other than to show that you and I are allowed to be there. It's on page 37. There's Kid City is in there, just, the material from Alberta is simply to show that mezzanine is really subject to the individual circumstances.
So,
There's no hard and fast rule because they're all used for different things.
Okay.
Some have to be removed, some don't. Some are the focal point of the building. A car dealership, when Gordy McNaught sat in that control panel and looked over his dealership, that was a very important part of his building. When you go to some of these folks who have wooden staircases up to storage mezzanines for paperwork,
okay,
they're not the same quality, and that you can't add value, it doesn't exist.
so what you're saying is that the 21,000 square feet in difference
Yeah.
that we have between the Terracon number
Yeah,
and the number that we're using is strictly storage space
No,
and
no.
racking and mess space?
No, I never said
Because,
Nobody
okay,
said that.
but the
I
point
said
is, you're
different
referencing,
quality.
Okay, gentlemen. What is your question?
my question is that the 21,000 square feet
Is it storage space?
in leasable space is second floor space. It is not mezzanine space. It is not racking. It is full floor office space.
And your question is?
And the question is that of the same quality?
There's some of them that are and there's some of them that aren't.
Okay.
It's a blend. We have a mix of tenants in, yes, we had the luxury of seeing People Corp, and I know the assessment department's been very fixated on that one. Yes, People Corp has a nice second floor,
Okay.
mezzanine, whatever we're gonna call that space. However, other tenants don't.
Okay.
And this is
So,
why they're removable at the end of it. This is why we love it. Go in there, take it out, because we don't want it. We're in the business of boxes.
Subdivide side to side, up and down.
Is this,
so.
We are the true definition
Is
of
the
box.
2,000 square feet of SNC Lavalin space, is that storage space or racking?
But it's not racking. I believe they have some office and storage.
It's, yeah, it's used as office space.
Okay.
But it's not included in rentable square
Yeah,
footage.
we understand
So
that.
therefore, it's not charged. If it's not
No.
income producing, we have an income revenue producing property. If we're not generating revenue out of it, then how can you tax us on it?
We've addressed that and we've talked about the different valuation processes. Okay, the Grant Norton space,
Storage,
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 unequivocally.
storage.
Okay, so I'm just referencing here. Was there permits taken out for that?
Of course there were.
Okay, and let me just
I'm
double.
insulted you would ask me.
I'm just curious, Mr. Falk. That's why I'm looking forward to taking pictures and going to your property so I get a good understanding of it.
Never again.
Never again?
No.
Why is that?
Because you fail to use the information we provide you with any form of diligence.
Okay. The Graham Construction and Engineering?
Second floor office.
Okay. Sid, with regards to the cap rate that you used,
Yes,
you know what the cap rate is that you used for this property?
yes, 8.75, because it's the highest of all cap rates used by the city. And we believe that this property cannot be settled. And if it can't be settled, a purchaser, the marketplace would tell you that they would value it at the highest of cap rates. That's my opinion.
But would they not look at the income potential of the main economic generator for the unit? Why would they take a portion of the income stream, which is only
Because you can't.
4.6%?
You can't take a property. Appraisal theory doesn't allow you to do this. You can't take a property and say, this one has this much risk and this one has, unless they're easily divisible. These
Right.
aren't divisible in any way. So you can't. You have to use the highest. And listen to the things we're talking about. The real legitimate cap rate for a property like this, because of the requirement to replace infrastructure, not knowing the cost, they are not investment grade property, unfortunately. It doesn't mean they're not beautiful property, but the pension funds and the REITs aren't buying them, can't buy them, because they don't know what your city pension doesn't want to be dependent on them having guessed right in 30 years as to what they're gonna have to spend.
Yeah. But the blended rent, the
So
blended
you
cap rate for
can't
this
split it
property.
out. You cannot split it out.
So
You
why
have to
would you
use the highest.
choose
And
a smaller portion of the cap rate when the main economic driver for the cap rate is the flex warehouse?
well, first of all,
Because that's where the income's being generated.
look at the other properties in there. Flex Warehouse has its own risk factor. You've got to figure 7.3. It has that. But what do you pile on for the fact that there's 5 retention ponds? I, like you, went out there and said, these are lovely. They're functional. That's the only way they can drain the land. Those properties that are built now in Kenniston are to city code. But city codes may change, and the next purchaser may have to change that, and nobody's allowing anything for that anywhere. The only place you can capture that is in a higher cap rate. I don't believe the cap rate on this property should ever be under 9%. It's gotta be 9%. Look at the market and what you can buy, and then add that risk, the risk profile.
But wouldn't that risk be mitigated with regards to the extra money that we're deducting?
Only if you're correct. If you're short, it doesn't.
But if we're.
And if you didn't have it, the cap rate would be in double digits, big double digits, if you didn't have the capital replacement reserve. But that's only what we know now, and the world may change. By the time some of this infrastructure material, there may not be cars anymore. So the world is changing. And the risk associated with owning this property is massive. I got involved with the Terracon, I was blessed, 20 years ago. I did a lawn and one Terracon. And we had the same problems 20 years ago. What is it gonna cost to replace this stuff? And all we can do is estimate. And now it's time that we've got to face the facts and be honest about this thing. It's a unique property, they're lovely properties. They are to code, code can change. They have some appeal. You did some, I don't want to say this on the screen, but you provided some reasonable comparables in terms of they look like the property and they seem to function like the property, but they have massive vacancy. How does that affect some of these leases that have been renewed?
Well, maybe the vacancy is because of all the expansion that has taken place.
Well, there is, of course there is, but.
So isn't that the vacancy going to be a short-term
One of
situation?
your comparables has more than 50% vacancy, and as we sit here today, they're building a new building. What if they're wrong? I hope they're right. What if they're wrong? But when you ask why does somebody pay because people in the market know that they can look around and there's availability. It's supply and demand. That's not appraisal, that's economics. You have to know that.
And the leases that have been signed closer to the reference date
Yes.
are a lot closer to the $12
They reflect
than they are to the
No, they're not.
$10.
No, I gave them to you. It's on page 28.
Well,
We show you.
Mr. Story, I went through the exercise of showing that out of the 40 leases, 16 of them were under $10.
Contract
Contra- yeah.
that recovers the special issues, special items that tenant wants.
And all the leases that are signed close to the reference period that are over $12 a square foot, those are.
The contract rents, that's contract rent.
They're paying it. Okay.
Okay, and what are they paying?
okay.
They're paying rent, plus they're paying back with whatever
Okay.
additional amounts they wanted spent by the landlord to occupy the space. You know this stuff. This shouldn't be new to you.
Mr. Story, what's the actual rent being paid for the retail component of this building?
Well, by retail, do you mean
Good Life, Good Life.
Do you mean Tim Hortons?
What is Good
Or
Life?
do you mean, hang on, because it's all retail. The
Well-
bank, these are retail. So what is it paying? It's right in the rent rolls, right?
Bank,
Here they are.
Good Life's Bank, 1650.
$16.50.
And so how come you didn't use $16.50 and you used our $12.38?
Why didn't you use, on Good Life, why didn't you use 1208, just like other flex warehouse? It just has a different use.
Is
The
it-
people you use as a comparable, who have a face rent of the 12,000 square feet, the Adventureland,
Yeah.
they have a $960 actual rent, net effective rent after they get their $400,000. And how are they different? Or how is Sculpt Bar is a ballet exercise school? Or how is a kickboxing club any different than Shapes?
What's that?
How are they different than Shapes?
We're looking at the net effective rents and the bar rent's $16. So when we're looking at the bar rent that you're speaking of, the reported rent that we're saying is $12.45. That's the reported rent that's on the mailer.
Yeah.
Not including.
No, what I'm saying-
So
what I'm
that's,
saying-
the big great adventure is $12.95 for 12,000 square feet.
With a $400,000, that's $960.
But we don't
is a real rent.
include tenant
You know,
inducements.
but then you can't be auditing, you can't be assessing this type of property.
We're
'Cause they
following the
lease
board
shelf
orders
space
from the
and let
municipal
people
board.
have a certain amount of improvement, and if they want more, they pay for it in their rent. That's
Okay.
how the world works.
Okay. So you're picking and choosing.
No, we're not
what-
picking.
Well, it seems,
Gentlemen,
Yep.
can we just move
Uh,
on and keep it
yep, for
questions
sure.
and answers, please?
Yeah.
Similar comments with regards to the bank. We're under assessed with the bank. We're using $23. The actual is 32. One other question then, with regards to the management fees. With so on page 8, would the property management fees of $255,000 be partially be included with the recoverable expenses of $2,269,000? So page 8 on my brief. Because, and the reason why is because Sid didn't have the 2017 brief.
Okay, $255,000 property management.
Yeah.
What's the question?
So the question is, would some of those property management expenses be in the recoverable expenses that you receive?
It's not some of them, it'd be all.
Would all
It should
be?
be all
This is-
the
Okay,
Be
so.
clear on the
okay.
definition.
Okay, so then, by asking for that additional 5% management fees, would that not be double dipping?
Again, pay attention to the definition.
Okay,
This is very, very important. The city, when they made that 5% management fee,
yeah,
got into a problem with semantics.
okay,
Management fee of 5% is not property management. It's not. Property management is a recoverable expense acknowledged by textbooks in theory. Asset management and non-recoverable expenses associated with the management of the asset, things that can't be recovered. His time to sit in the office and manage the asset is not recoverable.
mhm.
The 5% is a non-recoverable expense. That's why it's a deduction. There's no double dipping going on here. This isn't a conspiracy.
But asset management is dealing with mutual funds, with management expense ratios. That's where asset management's applied to.
I tell you, I am an asset manager, I don't know nothing about mutual
He
funds.
doesn't know what an MER is.
Anyways, we have a history of mailers that show separate payments being paid out for
Okay,
management.
here's a question.
Okay.
To that question,
Okay.
wouldn't it be fair to ask us if we recover his time in an asset management fee and ask us if we're double dipping?
We're asking you.
No, why wouldn't you ask the owner of the property, do you recover asset management? The stuff that is meant to represent the 5% that Sid listed off. Wouldn't that be a better question than taking away the 5% arbitrarily without any?
It's not being arbitrary.
It is arbitrary. because
Well,
they're
that's your
non-recoverable
opinion that
expenses.
it's arbitrary.
Well,
It's not.
it goes back to 1994, it's been with us for 25
Yeah.
years. It clearly states in 1994 that it's recoverable because in the life of a building, it is gonna have, the owner's gonna have some cost that he can't recover. Advertising for tenants, leasing commissions, renewals, appraisals, a great many things. All of a sudden, the city, over the many 25 years, have changed that to be management fee. Well, it's not, it was management, costs that management had that they never recovered. And over the space of term of the life of the building, you have to stabilize them, because if you had 1 year with massive real estate commissions, it would be distorted. So you stabilize. The city in 1994 chose to stabilize at 5%. We are now looking at it as an agency with our other agents to find out if 5% is appropriate. We think we're finding out it should be reinstated because there are legitimate non-recoverables. We think the 5% is not enough because the market is telling us, looking at non-recoverable versus NOI, or versus gross revenue, it's anywhere from 7.3 to 9%. It's higher than 5%. So it was semantics at the time. It built over those many years. I've been doing this for a long time. I was doing this when it happened. And it's always been confusing because of the terminology was wrong. It's non-recoverable costs to the owner, non-recoverable landlord costs. And the most common ones are advertising, lease renewals, professional fees, appraisals, things of that nature. In no way of recovery.
So do owner-occupied industrial properties have a 5% management fee when they're a mom-and-pop organization? Do retail?
Well, if they did, they'd be recoverable, but they're not. They don't, no. No, they don't. It's not management fees. It's non-recoverable. Yes,
So then we would have inequity if we have some organizations that don't claim management fees and we have some that do.
Well, but you're gonna get inequities in the property types. If you have a property like Terrapine, you may have a leasing manager.
Mhm.
If you've got a property like Buffalo Place, you wouldn't have it because there's only one tenant or two tenants. So the world changes. The market dictates what you have and don't have. But the management fee is non-recoverable expenses that you have to incur to properly maximize the value of your real estate. You have to advertise it, you have to keep it full. And even in there, there's another component. The city gives 2% for structural. It wouldn't be inappropriate, in my opinion, to have a 7% reduction. And the 7% reduction includes the capital replacement, foundations and whatnot, the structural. Because 5 is woefully short. And you have to spend those money. If you have a building and you get appraisals done or pay real estate commissions, or try to advertise for tenants, you don't have tenants that are gonna pay it, you have to eat it. And that's why you get a deduction for it. And that's why the city has given that for 25 years. And Daniel is bang on. It was done arbitrarily and without much thought, I suspect.
No.
And let's just see where the agents and the decisions come out from this tribunal. That's what a lot of us are waiting for, I believe.
Real estate is not a passive investment. There are operating expenses and costs that you cannot recover from your tenant as an active participant in real estate. And whether you're an owner occupant of that building, it's still an active investment because you have to clear the snow, you have to manage it, you have to do the banking, you have to incur certain expenses in order to run that business. It's much more clearly defined if it's an investment grade real estate. There are non-recoverable expenses, and we should be allowed to have that.
All the work that we've done with regards to the caps, to taking out the management fees, because we've done a study with regards to including caps, including management and not including management, okay? So what ends up taking place is that the cap rate has changed. For some of our cap rates in industrial properties, they haven't changed at all because of the cap rates would have dropped with industrial properties. So in that regards, our cap rate study that we've done supports our process. We need,
Was
finish.
that a question? Because there is an obvious answer. Was that a
Okay.
question?
No, it wasn't a question.
You don't want the answer.
Well, I'm just, you asked, you
This
spent a lot
is
of
not a
time.
war, this is trying to get to.
Okay.
Do you have another question
I
then?
think we're done.
No further questions? Ms. Billingers,
I have no questions.
Mr. Harden.
Okay, so on the non-recoverable expenses, just looking at page 5 of the Altus study,
Okay,
do you agree that it includes lease commissions, tenant improvement allowances, free rents, mortgage interest, covenant fees and that? Is that
You're on
what you
page
think?
5? You're on page 5?
Yeah,
Those are typical, the most common ones are real estate commissions, renewals, because they also have, professional fees, marketing for space. Those are the most common ones. But these all can be non-recoverable, whatever is non-recoverable.
okay, but then you're also arguing for the net leases, so if by reducing the market rent to a lower figure for tenant inducements, aren't you double counting them?
No, not at all. This is, if you own the building and you're getting $10, there's one tenant, you're getting $10 a square foot, but you don't get any relief for the expenses that you have to incur that you can't recover from your tenant, then you're getting an erosion of the rent you're getting because you're paying out something you're not recovering, you're not getting recognized for. Mr. Follick was started a question and stopped. The answer to his question, I can answer his question through you. It's the same situation. If you don't have a recognition of the non-recoverable, there's more risk. Where does that get reflected? In a higher cap rate. Because you know going in that there are certain expenses you can't write off anyway, you can't recover them. They're part of the-
I'm still not following you, because you're saying you gotta reduce the market rents to some lower figure to account for tenant
Well, you're paying on,
improvements.
you've only got one asset,
Yeah.
let's say you only own one asset. And that asset, you get $10 a square foot, but you have to pay a bunch of expenses that you don't recover anywhere. So you're getting $10, but you've gotta get a deduction for that as well, or else you've got more risk. If you don't recover your non-recoverable expenses, you've got more risk, you need a higher cap rate. I think Mr. Fogg was mentioning that the cap rate, that he's suggesting that taking away the 5% is replaced with a different cap rate, but he didn't say a higher cap rate, he said different.
No,
The vacancy then, turning into vacancy, 6%, how do you arrive at 6%?
Vacancy, that, first of all, retail has had a very difficult time. Last year, Stevenson reported 6% citywide for retail, and this year they reported flat, it hadn't changed. And the city, on the retail side, the 6% was used, I believe, by the city. So that's the figure I use. And remember that fitness clubs and things of this nature, over their total estimated useful life, 40 or 50, will probably have turnover, because it's maybe subject to lifestyle changes. So I think 6%. The actual is 4.5 on the flex alone. It's 4.5, so we're not asking for a lot. But I think that, again, and I also go back to this position that you can't easily sever out any of those buildings. And because you can't sever them out, you can't pick and choose your cap rates and your vacancy. Your vacancy is kind of overall. And I think the investor looking at buying this property would balance out the vacancy. You know, look at it and he would average it out. So I'm saying that you would take the highest. And 6% is not inappropriate for the life of the building.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, so you said that there were 6 major issues at the beginning of your
Yeah,
presentation. First was the market rent.
market rent.
You said it should be $10 versus the $12.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, then your vacancy, 6%, you answered Mr. Harden that you said that that should be based on retail rather than on the majority use of the property. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the highest, whether it be retail or whatever it be.
I think you said retail didn't change.
Well,
and
because
so
it is
should be the
retail,
same.
but that's why I'm saying it is, but you would use the highest on the site because it's not easily severed. You can't really break it apart. And I'll just get, just 1 second here, I'll get this number.
Our vacancy?
No, the vacancy from the city. And vacancy, I think it's 6%, I read by memory. Yeah, on, Mr. Chair, the city used 6% on the retail, being Good Life Fitness. That's the number they used. And on the flex, I believe it's 4.5% is the actual on the flex.
Yeah, there seemed to be a discrepancy there. I think your actual said 4.3, whereas the assessor had said it was 2.6.
Yeah, that's what I got off the 2017 income expense mailer.
Yeah, and we're going by 28 because it's more relevant to the 2018 year. Our year end ends off in June, so like that gap that we're talking about, see, our 2018 is actually more reflective of the 28 year, that's why we go off of it.
Okay, so
It's not for,
So the actual's probably somewhere in between, somewhere.
Yeah.
building 2 came online and that's
The
really our
average would
biggest
be
one.
Average.
Yeah,
I see. Okay, and then shortfall was another issue.
Shortfall again, I looked at it as a, 751 was the calculation overall that Terracon produced. But I looked at the taxes, and the taxes would be in the $3 range themselves. So 375 seemed inappropriate for this type of property.
But did you not separate the shortfall and apply different rates to different components? maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, I did, I believe, because I used 750 and 6, I believe, yes. Tried to do an adjustment for taxes. Just one sec.
Mr. Story actually used all of our shortfall rates that we had used for the properties, so the shortfall rate for the retail was $6.50, retail warehouse, the restaurant was $7.50, and the bank was $8.
Yeah, I thought that,
But it's the flex that's not the same.
yes.
The shortfall on the flex is not the same?
The shortfall on the flex is not the same, and
What did you use on the flex for shortfall?
750.
750. And the city is 375, I believe. And the taxes themselves are about $3.
So
So they just seem like, they seem too low.
So the 750 versus the 375, that's doubled, right?
Yes.
And the reason for that?
Reason for that is that the actual, what they're actually paying in common area and taxes, I believe is closer to 750 or 751, isn't it? 751. It's in the document, Mr. Chair.
Shortfall was meant to recapture the cost of carrying vacant space, that's
Right.
where Sid went with it.
Yeah.
Okay. And your cap rate, you said, should be the 8.75, because that's the highest, but where's that 8.75 come from?
It comes from the assessor. He uses 8.75 on Good Life. He
Which is-
started at 7.3, and then when he got the financial statements, he went to 8 and 3/4.
So your contention is that market rent or the market rent and the shortfall should be different in all the components, but the vacancy and cap rate should be consistent and consistently at the highest amount.
Yes. Particularly the vacancy, I think the vacancy and the cap rate, I think you have to consider whether they can be isolated, can you separate?
Just a little bit of insight into that question. If we keep talking about Good Life as retail, our Good Life building just happens to have a retail tenant in it. It's a truly a flex space building though. It was constructed that way.
Okay.
Did you see on Mr. Follick's brief, page 19, the city's using 8.8 3/4, Mr. Chair?
Not as a revised, he bumped it up a point, I think.
1 point, yeah. So all of our cap rates, so if you look at the first page of every income stream, it was, those are model generated cap rates, and then we bumped it up by 1% to be reflective of the risk involved.
And just on page 72 of your brief, you provided us with a border revision order, and we'll place what relevance we think we should on there. However, it's only part of the order. I see there's an over, and probably showed the reasoning the board used.
You know, I didn't put in for that reason, but I don't know what the order was.
There was also a supplemental that was done afterwards.
Right after, yeah.
And then we'll leave that. And then the other issue that I kind of skipped over was the non-recoverables, and I think we know what your argument is on that.
Yes.
Okay, I think that will cover the questioning. Now, you will both have an opportunity to do a summation, but can we kind of keep it succinct and to the point rather than rehashing everything? Can we make our major points? If you could do that, please. I'll give you as much time as you need, but
Yeah, I
please.
just got a little page.
Okay. Mr. Fall.
This property is not typical of other industrial warehouses. It's very unique, and we've discussed the reasons why they're so unique. It's very flexible, and the majority of the spaces are standard office spaces. If this property was a new OFS suburban property, the market rents would be in the mid-teens or higher. Since 2012, the leasable areas have increased from 401,000 square feet to 542,000 square feet, a 35% increase. Market rents that were stated that were used in the past were $9.92 initially in 2000 and in the 2016 brief. For us, clearly, the referencing of mezzanine space is different than fully functioning office space that's used on the second floor. Our process is to be consistent with the Manitoba Municipal Board orders that have taken place, and we want to ensure equity with all of our decisions. Which is why we've also done special deductions with regards to the capital and infrastructure payments. We've increased a higher cap rate, and which is why I feel comfortable with the market value of $77 million today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Story?
Thank you. Appreciate your time and patience with us. We've talked about the issues, and the statement of issues, or the 5 issues, was market rent. Bear in mind that Mr. Frolic has provided zero evidence that supports a $12.08 market rent. 10 we believe is reasonable, realistic to an investor. We believe that the cap rate is a major component of this, and with the 8 3/4, as we explained to the board a moment ago, we considered it because of the difficulty in severing the property. We believe that the marketplace would look at that highest rate if it were buying the property, and that's why we're here. What would a property sell for at a particular time? I believe the real market for this property would probably involve a much higher cap rate than the 8 3/4, as my opinion. But our main concern today is, let's make sure we know what the market rent is. Let's make sure we have a cap rate that's reflective of all of the issues that relate to the property. And the property is wonderful. It's not meant to, but very difficult for an investor, because there is a passive component to real estate investing, and that is you just want to know you're going to get a check every month. Not that you're putting a portion of that check away forever to replace something that may or may not be functionally obsolete at the time it comes to replace it. So I respectfully submit that the board consider a $10 market rent, 6% vacancy, $750 on the restaurant and flex warehouse and shortfall, $650 on the retail warehouse and bank, and a cap rate of 8 3/4 to arrive at a value of $44 million rounded. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we'll conclude that property.
We're only half done.
Next property is a slam dunk.
Next on our agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't verify that it was just the amount of assessed value that we're dealing with
Yes,
on the last property?
Yes.
This one as well.
Yes.
It's not liability or classification?
Absolutely, no, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so we also have to deal with 125 Meridian Drive. Mr. Assessor, when you're ready.
Yeah, for sure. There's, this property's not a, I guess I can go through it.
There's just the assessor's brief.
Where's that?
It's probably
It just makes me really know.
Put them on.
I did take some.
Ah, sorry. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Property, sir.
Yep, go
File
ahead.
number 19-1271. Roll number is 14-100-18300. Address is 125 Meridian Drive, and the owner is Ashu Corporation for the roll year 2020, reference date April 1st, 2018. Initially, we had an assessed value of $5,409,000. The building was initially built in 2017. It has a land area of 195,000 square feet and a leasable area of 46,720 square feet. Based on, after an inspection, I believe a fair assessed value for this property should be $4,423,000. Page 2 has my new workup, where I've reduced the rent. And the other aspect that I would like the board to consider is if you look at page 2, and I would actually prefer if this could be in the brief for the subsequent partly. So page 2 is a picture of it. Page 3 is some more outside photos. And I just want to make sure, just bear with me here for 1 sec. Oh, you know what? I did not include it. That's my mistake. What happens, and I apologize, unfortunately, if you look at this building here, it's on 2 roll numbers, right? So for whatever reason, same owner owns both properties. And if you look at my workup, we have $7 net rent. With a 3.5% vacancy, comes out with $315,000. We have shortfall of $375,000, 2% other. With a net operating income of $303,150 with a 6% cap rate, which comes up to $5,052,000. But because this building's on 2 roll numbers, I've deducted the land off of the second roll number onto this property here. And so because the other property's on appeal, I don't want us to be double dipping in terms of, because the owner's gonna ask, is appealing the parcel that's a part of this building here, and he's gonna be asking for a reduction that's below 629,954. And by any chance, Kara, do you have a picture of ATI iView or access to any of that? Because, and I apologize for that. No.
I view that.
And I think
I don't think that's required. What you're saying, if I may, is that there's a larger parcel of land where the vacant portion is on another roll number?
Well, exactly. So this building is on 2 roll numbers. And so what I've done is I've deducted $629,000 from,
Which is what, the assessed value of that parcel?
exactly.
The assessment is $629,954?
I do believe, that's the value that we have in our approach. And that's the value that I used. I would have to double check on that. But I just want to be mindful of that in the order, because what has happened in times, and this occurred with Mr. Neufeld, is that for Eastern Chrysler dealership, I would deduct the assessed value of, because typical land to building ratio for car dealerships is 8-to-1. The Eastern car dealership on 1900 Main Street is like 3.9-to-1. So what we do for that parcel of land directly across the street is on Partridge, in between Salter and Main Street, and Mr. Hardin's probably, yeah, exactly, yeah. So what happens is we deduct the value of that parking lot, of that lot, from the income stream of 1900 Main Street. Then subsequently, when there's a communication breakdown between the assessment department, Mr. Neufeld will ask for a reduction, he'll get it. And then what ends up happening is we have the assessed value of this property no longer at the value that we took off, but which is significantly lower than that. So that's why I'm bringing this topic here to you guys today, because I don't want to have a situation whereby, we're taking $630,000 off the value of this property, and then subsequently he's going to ask for the value to be $500,000 or $400,000. So I want to make sure that we're consistent in our valuation. Does that make sense?
Is the $7 a revised amount?
Yeah, it was initially $8.54 or $8.34.
And are there any other changes to the valuation
No,
of
no
the
other
property?
changes in methodology, just market rent.
So the vacancy allowance, shortfall, other
Is
cap
that,
rate is all the same?
that is correct.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay,
Would that conclude your
that
presentation?
concludes my presentation, yes.
Mr. Story, any questions or?
No, I'm
concerns?
actually, Mr. Chair, I was just engaged to help the applicant figure out how you file your appeal. So I introduced him to, or we scheduled.
Yeah,
It was very,
we
very
were
well.
very lucky.
He cooperated, we scheduled, it's an empty building, it's not really finished yet, I don't think. But Mr. Frolick and I met out there to meet with the owner, and he didn't show up. So I'm in agreement, he contacted me yesterday saying he wasn't gonna come, and he was willing to accept the negotiation that had been advanced by Mr. Frolick.
But the other roll number is under appeal as far as you know?
I think,
I'm very confident that it is on appeal set.
but it would have been heard today.
No, it wouldn't, because it would have been, it's under,
It'd be the same address.
but the
does
roll
it
numbers,
have an
the
address?
roll number's different. And I
Could you
wish,
check? Yeah, I'm just a messenger, just to find it. But I can't, because you would have to pay a filing fee, you didn't pay a filing fee.
Sid,
I was like,
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Ideally, they both be heard together.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that would
that
be-
makes sense.
So, you're in agreement with the $4,422,000 or $23,000?
yes.
Ms. Bellingshurst, any questions or concerns?
Why weren't they heard together?
Well, it's not up to the assessor though.
because
Okay.
what happens initially is that, and I may be speaking out of turn,
Okay, it's okay.
no, but it's just they try to coordinate things that are good for the agents. And so Mr. Story was representing the Terracon properties this morning, and he was also operating this property, so they combined them at the same time.
Okay.
So that's why, I don't know why they didn't include it.
Instead of the same address, okay.
Is the other portion vacant land?
The other portion is, yeah, it is vacant land, because it's all,
It might be, because it's a different classification, it might be.
well, class is still 60T.
I mean,
No,
different-
but the parking-
Vacant.
Yeah,
vacant
it is different, but
versus-
what has happened here right now, it's just that I got a lot of high-value properties at the beginning of the tax season, and the lower-value properties are gonna be heard in January, so it doesn't impact budgeting as much. So the managers who do the budgeting process, they have a better understanding of what the potential roll will be, the rent roll will be.
So this building doesn't straddle the two?
This building does straddle both.
It does straddle?
It does straddle both unequivocally.
Okay,
Okay.
but they
But we
still
just
might
have it on one roll number, and they appealed both roll numbers.
Okay. All right, thank you. Nothing further than this, Mr. Story?
No, I
Okay, thank you very much for
Thank you.
your presentation,
For
gentlemen.
your patience. Long, complicated properties.
The orders will come out in due course. Thank you, and I'll call the hearing to a close.